Hi, everyone. I'm Bill.
I was muted that whole time.
It's good to meet you.
I meant to go into town to buy demolition charges. It was on my to-do list.
How's everybody doing?
Pretty good.
All right. Tonight's session's going to be a little different
Okay.
than what you're used to. Well, the start anyway. Just bear with me. I'm trying to unravel something in my hand, and it doesn't want to cooperate. So, Bill, if you would, before we get started, would you like to share anything with the other players about yourself or history? Or you don't have to share anything. You could be as quiet as a mouse. But
No, that's all right. I've got into playing games back in the early '80s. My sister had heard I was playing D&D with the kids in the neighborhood, so she handed to me the basic set, which she had bought because she was interested in learning the game, but then found it was too complicated. So she gave me the basic set, and I've been role playing ever since. I've played all kinds of different games. I've never played Traveler, but I've seen YouTube videos on Traveler. I am in a Stars Without Number game, which strikes me very Traveler-ish. So that's pretty much it. I'm an engineer in real life.
That's pretty dope.
I'm in between jobs.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I went to school for physics myself, but I
Cool.
don't have a job in the field.
Theoretical physics is really cool stuff.
You're talking to two guys with a huge love of physics right now. We agree. Don't worry.
Oh, cool. Just got to break that fusion power barrier, right?
There's actually, I was just looking at an article the other day. They're currently working on what is planned to be the world's first fusion generator in southern France. I want to say it's supposed to be done like by 2030.
Yeah, I saw that.
Let's see if I can find the link.
Let's see if
That
it
makes
doesn't blow
sense.
us
I
all
think
up.
that's where they've been working on it. Isn't the Hadron Collider in France?
I thought that was Switzerland.
Oh, maybe it is.
Star City.
They built a new
Mhm.
super collider in Italy, southern Italy.
Isn't that where the Flash comes from?
Maybe.
Yeah.
In this universe.
The particle accelerator.
Well, either we're going to have great power, or the Earth's going to turn into a black hole.
Yeah, it's going to
We'll
turn
see
into a
what
black hole and we'll all collapse upon ourselves.
Actually, thinking of a person in a particle accelerator, I remember that was one of the stories from the early days of the Hadron Collider. One researcher was trying to fix something real quick and stuck his head inside, and the little particle beams
No.
passed through. Very high energy compared to what normally hits you. And so he was the first human test subject for that.
He died, didn't he?
Yeah, his head swelled to like double size, and he
Yeah.
died of acute radiation poisoning.
Jesus. Configure a working collider?
And we have a particle beam on our ship.
Yeah, I know. Faustus has done that to a ship full of people. You terrible person.
So that movie effect of getting shot by the laser cannon and you sort of swell and burst, is apparently authentic.
Even though we didn't know.
You just
Yeah, so that
Hey,
means
Star
when
Trek,
that
go ahead.
I was gonna say that means when that ship that we shot got to wherever it was going, it was just covered in guts all over. That's gross.
no, because they didn't die from the particle beam. We irradiated the inside of the ship. They all got space
Oh,
cancer.
yeah, okay, that's
Their
fair.
their
They still
skin
probably
fell
died.
off. It's worse.
Was this an earlier session?
Yeah. It was the first time the group tried to pirate a ship. Faustus hit it so hard, he just blew it to Kingdom Come.
It ended up
Now,
with like 5 severe criticals or something like that. It was
12?
So I caught the last hour of the last session you guys were on. Are you trying to pirate this ship?
Currently, yeah, we're trying to make
Okay.
a better attempt at piracy.
All right. I
Okay,
didn't know if
let's-
it was
let's-
legit crew or
Let's reveal that in game.
okay.
All right.
Okay, so like I said, we're gonna start this session a little different than what I normally do. The screen when you turn on your monitor and the screen comes up and it says 1 day ago, and then it flashes to Faustus, Ildratz, and Tomlin, as well as Gear, Kirsch, and Ben in the Starport bar, discussing your plans to get on board the ship, the Martin, and coordinating how you're going to coordinate with your own ship while you're preoccupied on another ship. So you're trying to hash this out and figure it out. And and your engineer shows up and says, I'm leaving the ship because I don't have any place to store all my gear on the ship. I feel like I'm going to get myself killed if I continue following this crew. And so he basically bows out and leaves, right? And this all comes as a shock to you guys sitting around the table, thinking that he was on board with this plan from the beginning. And Ben looks over at you and says, so I guess I'm the engineer now, but I'm not really, I'm a mechanic. And then right about that time, a person, Lawrence, walks into the bar, right? Don't you love these D&D tropes? No, Lawrence walks into the bar, and Faustus and Tomlin, you both recognize him. You recognize him as, Tomlin recognizes him as an engineer that he served with on a ship in the Imperium before, many years ago. And Faustus remembers him as a Navy person on a ship that you were serving on or traveling on, and he joined your gambling ring. So you recognize him as someone that used to gamble with you guys, and you also recognize him as an engineer. You do remember, though, that he was he involved himself in a smuggling ring, and discovered a smuggling ring and revealed its presence. You also might know that he had made a mistake at one point, which had killed a few people. Not unlike what's going on this ship. I mean, accidents happen, right? But you see him walk in. You immediately cheer up a little bit because you know he's an engineer. You call him over to the table. He walks up to the table, and that's where we're going to start the session. You're in the bar. The entire crew of the Kestrel.
Hey, it's Rich, right?
Jump, actually.
Jump. Sorry, it's been so long. How have you been?
Good. How are you? Good to see you.
I'm in between jobs currently, but we're working on one. This is my Captain Yeldritz and
Captain?
Faustus,
Pleasure.
who's currently like tongue deep in a beer right now. Cap,
Okay, if
this
you're on the
is
map,
engineer.
I noticed that there's only 2 people in. There we go. James is now in the game. This is Tomlin. If you hover over their token, it should pop up their name and some skills maybe. But this is the one that introduced himself to you just now. This is Lawrence, as you can see, with the helmet on.
Nice.
And he introduced you to the captain, pointing at this Zap lookalike. No.
And if you hover over my token, I've got a little phonetic aid.
I just call him Cap.
I'll answer to just about anything.
And this is Faustus, your the person you gambled with back in the day. As he's a Marine.
Okay.
And these guys are all dressed in. They're not in any kind of like naval uniform or anything like that. They're all, look like civilians, maybe retired or something. Kind of like yourself. All right. And these other 3 don't necessarily introduce themselves, but you notice that there is a Vargur amongst them. The Vargur are a race of canines that have evolved, or the scientific community says that they were genetically altered to be bipedal and with intelligence. But they still have the canine pack mentality, always trying to be the alpha male. You see a mechanic. He's obviously a mechanic. And then you also see a lady there who moves with a little bit of elegance. All right, go ahead. Continue.
Cap, this is an engineer I met while I was working for the Navy. He's a pretty cool guy, if I remember right.
Well,
you remember wrong. He's a horrible person. No, I'm just kidding.
This voice in my head says you're a terrible person, though.
Tomlin, have you taken your medicine today?
No, I've never taken my medicine.
I see. And what did we tell you about the voice?
What did I tell you about it? Impairs my ability to pilot the ship.
Oh, okay, it's coming back to me now. Yes.
Okay, pause. Okay, Lawrence, you are in a spaceport on a world called Arenasir. Arenasir is and was bombed into oblivion by a race of creatures called the Ozlon. And on the map, they're behind the yellow border. The Ozlon are what you might think of as cat-like creatures. Very similar to the Vargr, but they are, if you think, lions, right? And they have periodically been at war with the Empire. There's currently a treaty in this area where you guys are basically in, you can call it the neutral zone if you want, but they have made incursions into the area. But a few hundred years ago, they attacked this planet and placed some of their nobility into government. But over the centuries, that's kind of faded away, and it's being run by the humans now. The Ozlons are more like just figureheads on top of the government. They don't actually have any power.
Puppets.
Yeah, kind of like puppets. They think they have power, but the humans run everything. And you came to this world looking for employment. Okay, so you came here. You don't have. You're out of a job. You got out of the service, and kind of on a. You heard it was maybe a good place to get hired on a ship or something. And you came here and you realized it's kind of a shithole, actually. The technology is Vietnam era technology. So if you wanted to buy anything on this world, it's think about what you could buy in the 70s,
Gotcha.
right? All right, so there you go.
Slinky.
Back to you guys.
A naval engineer, you say? That's exactly what we're looking for right now.
He nods. Well, I'm between work as well, so what's your rate?
How between work are you? We
I'm
talking?
not committed to anything, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
I'm no longer in the Navy.
But I mean, like, just left, or you don't have 2 credits to rub together anymore?
I've got some cash saved.
Hmm. How do you feel about fast-paced, competitive work environments?
Because if the dog doesn't like you, he'll eat your face and take your position.
Yes, and let's say you may have to perform some duties outside of your job description.
Kirsch looks over at Tomlin and says very politely, "I'm not a dog. I'm a Vargr."
You are very correct. I apologize. And I slide him a fresh beer.
His tail wags.
Well, I guess it depends on how morality falls into the question.
Go on. And in what way?
I would prefer not to murder people.
Okay. Murder's not normally our deal.
Okay, good.
Self-defense, if that.
What about murder 3? Just out of curiosity.
Out of character, what's murder 3?
I actually don't know, but there's like a 1, 2, and a 3.
Okay, so that might be like manslaughter or something.
Potentially.
Okay. Good. We're not from Thief or anything like that. We're not ne'er-do-wells bent on, blood and murder.
Yeah, I don't want any more blood on my ledger.
I see. Non-combat. We could still use you. In fact, we have a very non-violent job coming up at the moment. Tomlin, is he cool?
If you're talking about drugs, no. If you mean trusting him with a job, yes.
So you know, if we get into a firefight and we have to shoot at people, that's different. That's
Okay.
self-defense.
Yes, yes.
I am combat trained, so I can shoot a weapon. In fact, I have a weapon.
Then, how do you feel
And
about...
he has a med kit as well.
Ooh. How do you feel about state-sanctioned piracy?
Which state?
The once great empire of Drinax.
Going through your memory banks in your head, you might have heard of a world called Drinax, and you might have heard that there is a king on Drinax, Olib, and he's trying to. I mean, this is something you might have picked up, just casually, that he's trying to reestablish his kingdom. Right, go on. Continue.
And who are his enemies?
Not so much enemies. It's a political move. He wishes to restore his rightful place as the ruler of this sector, by gaining the Imperium's support.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the right way to do it.
Yes.
Suppose.
Now,
Agreed.
the way we go about this is multifaceted. We first need to help King Oleb dredge up money and ships and general support, technology, everything. So, should we come across, say, a catch of gems? Awesome. That helps him out and pays us. If we see a lost, lonely trader, we may, let's say, assist them in getting their ship back to port for a small finder's fee.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a question?
Not really. Just gauging your response. You can see Captain Yeldritz is very clearly just staring at you.
It would be bad karma not to help someone in distress.
What if we were the source of the distress?
I guess it depends on if that endangers lives or not.
Oh, no. We always, give them a chance. You see, another way we gain King Oleb's support is by drawing the Imperium into policing this sector. We need to interrupt their, we'll say, share in the economy. But we do need people to spread the word that that's happening. So survivors are good, very, very good. In fact, they are ideal.
I'm all for saving people if they're in trouble.
Otherwise, going around, being diplomatic, helping planets out with their problems. In fact, we caught a very notorious pirate for the Clark system. Got ourselves a hefty bounty, which
Very good.
every crew member gets a share in.
Understood.
So we're doing good. Good for the system, restoring law and order and the royal kingdom of Drinax.
Very well. I'm interested.
Excellent.
Pays
So-
500 credits a week.
It says, what?
I thought you said all new hires were 500 credits a week.
That's. I won't hire somebody under false pretenses. I appreciate the effort, Tomlin. But it would be a very awkward conversation later for me to say, actually, this is what the rest of us are getting. The pay. Let me find my logbook.
I think you said 6,000 for everybody, but our numbers changed since then.
Yes. That's why I need to double check. Why?
And to be fair, it's 6,000 a month, so it would have only been about 4K less than what we were actually going to give you.
Yes, it is 6,000 a member plus a bonus of, was it 5%?
Yes.
Yes, that's on the ship's manifest here. Yes, 5%. A 5% share in any salvage. So salary plus commission.
Gotcha.
All right. Okay, so hold on. Let me just throw in a little bit more lore. Now, you've been on this planet probably for a few days. You noticed when you got here, and as you've been basically just milling about, that there is an Imperial ship in port. It's a very large ship, and rumors abound about this ship. It's what's called a treasure ship, which is basically a cargo ship that's traveling from the Empire to the Aslan Hyrate. It's basically like a ship on a diplomatic mission or something like that. And its engines had a malfunction and had to land on this world, but this world does not have the repair facilities to repair the jump drives, and you know that they were waiting for spare parts to arrive, which could arrive any day now. Okay, so you knew that. Other than that, there's just other ships in port and various designs, and there's not many, maybe half a dozen other ships.
Now, what was the rough conversion for credits to dollars again?
About 5.
Okay, so I offered you 30,000 a month, plus a 5% share in whatever we take,
Wow. Okay.
just on site.
Wish I could make 30,000 a month. That'd be awesome.
Right.
I know.
You know that a default pay rate for a engineer is probably around 4,000 credits.
Okay, so that's pretty good then.
If you're being hired as an engineer.
Right.
Medics also make 4,000 and gunners make 2,000. Astrogators are 5,000. pilots are 6,000 usually. So by paying you 6,000, if that's what the offer is, you're
Yes.
making what, top salary basically.
Mm-hmm.
Pilot salary.
Plus a bonus.
So where do I sign?
Hold on.
So where do I sign?
No,
You don't sign
Well-
anywhere. So you go back to the ship because you got to give the ship his bio information and all that.
I've got a contract on my communicator.
Okay. So I'm going to copy you guys and take you back to your ship so you can make your final plans. Right? Because I can tell you right now, you guys don't know what you're doing. Or I should say, if you were to jump on a treasure ship right now and it was to leave in 48 hours, Ben, Kirsch, and Gear would sit there with their thumbs up their butt because they don't know what to do. Because you just left them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to the ship so you can give them a tour if you want. And you gotta give them a room. And let's move everybody to the ship. All right, I got you down in the cargo hold. This is the when you walk up to the ship and they're getting ready to bring you on board. There is a little circle right here, number 6, which is a elevator. It has basically a platform that lowers to the ground, and then you would get on that. But everybody can't get on it at once because it's not big enough for everybody. You could probably get 4 or 5 people on there, and depending on how much gear you're bringing on, or if you're wearing like bulky armor, it could reduce that. And then it would go up into the bottom of the ship like an elevator. But looking around at the ship, you notice that the hull of the ship has aged, not gracefully. The half of the hull, like the port side or the starboard side, looks like it's got a lot of damaged components. You notice that even looking at the engines from the outside, you can tell that they, some of them have been, you can tell that the engines could possibly give out at any time. It's worse than the Millennium Falcon. And you just as an engineer, as a mechanic, you notice these things. The turret on the bottom, or is it the top? I don't even remember. But I think it's the ventral turret, isn't it?
Ventral is the
Yeah.
particle beam, I think. The
Yeah.
barbette.
Yeah, so that's the one on the bottom. So where I put these turrets are actually in the wrong spots. But, so reverse them. So yeah, you see a particle beam barbette, which is basically a double-sized turret. Basically, it's additional power and room. But you can see the turret on the top of the ship has a big hole in it. Doesn't look like it's functional. All right. So you bring him on board?
Yep. Yeah, so we're in the cargo hold. This, as you can see, is the cargo hold. You will see probably a lot of it because through these doors here, you will find that was wait, 7. Where? Oh, there it is. You'll find the power plant, behind which, of course, are the fuel cells. The jump drive units. I'm misreading everything. This is great. Through here, you will find the maneuver drives. And 12. That is the turret. And through this small door here is the missile turret.
Yeah, it does say missile turret ventral.
I guess it does.
And particle barbette is dorsal.
Oh, because we were saying the particle barbette was on the bottom, and then we realized, oh no, it's up top.
Okay, so the map is right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The missile turret, which I'm sure you noticed on the way in, is
yeah, you should have control over your token, so if you want to move it around, you're welcome to. So you don't just stand there in the middle of cargo hold. Now you'll notice that there's a lot of gilding and wood paneling and less. It looks kind of like an old Flash Gordon style ship with a lot of frills and curved pipes and wires and stuff. It's got like in this room there's there's visages, what do you call those, like bas relief in the walls of previous kings of Drinax. It's a very fancy ship. Even though everything looks like it's got dents in it or scrapes on the floor and walls of, everything you've seen so far looks like it's got some damage. There you
go. Okay.
Yeah, it took me a while, but I needed to minimize the player icons down below because they were getting in the way of stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's always...
I figured it out.
I have it just as names.
So do I.
That's what I put it as.
Yeah.
But I think it defaults to large.
It does.
Yes. I don't know why. I guess because they want you to use the camera thing. Anyways.
Yeah.
Through this way, you will find our military countermeasure switch, non-functional. And at the end of this hallway is the elevator we came in, but also the...
no, the elevator is number 6, this circle.
Oh, the elevator's 6. Hold on, that's 1. 1 is sensors. What is 3? And 2?
They're not on here. Yeah, they're right here.
Oh, I missed that. Cargo scoop. Oh, yes. This way is the sensor room, one of them, and the fuel processors. We can do it all ourselves. No need to land if we don't want to.
These dotted lines right here, these are hatches in the floor. And the 2 back here are access to landing gear. This room number 2 has a winch, so you can actually lower stuff and lift stuff off of the ground. And then these walls, or this corridor, is wide like this to allow shipping connexes or shipping containers to be manhandled all the way from the front to the back to get to the cargo hold. It's not an efficient design.
So I got a question about Roll20.
Okay.
If I grab the screen with my right mouse button and scroll it, does that change on your screen?
You mean when
Is
you?
the map moving around right now on your screen?
No,
No, it just moves it for
Okay,
you.
good. That's what I thought, but I suddenly realized that maybe it's not.
When I, as the game master, when I hold shift and pick a location, it should shift on your map.
I see. Okay, good. That's
But
what made me worry about it, because it moved.
Yeah. That's me showing you a point of interest.
Okay, all right, cool. Also, if you see me looking away, it's because I have a bigger screen that I'm looking at.
Oh, no
The
worries.
small screen is where my character sheet is.
Yeah.
Then if you'll just follow me upstairs. Climbing sounds.
Yeah.
These are the staterooms. I
So
would say you have
this right here is the way up.
The lift down.
No, number 6 is the elevator up and down. Number 12 is the turret access.
It's this.
But it also goes up to here.
Oh, okay.
These are the staterooms.
But this only goes down and this only goes up. Those two are not connected.
Okay.
The only way up is number 12, and that brings you to right there. Yeah.
Which is convenient because this will be your room.
Very good.
It's your own room.
Okay. And that's jump.
I'm saving the big room for if we have a special guest.
All right.
Right.
What big room? Number.
The one to the left of jump.
That's gear.
No, gear's down
The
here.
one above it. 18 or
Yeah, they're all this one. Across from mine.
Yeah. Okay.
It's for special guests.
Okay. Sure.
There's of course the lounge and the the flight deck. And that's the tour. I'll let you get settled in.
okay.
Don't settle for too long, though. We've got a job.
Understood.
Yeah. So you guys need to get together and come up with a more concrete plan. Right. You guys need to have some kind of because you guys were winging it, and there was a lot of gaps in those wings.
There absolutely was.
Like, I've never robbed a treasure ship before. I assumed the captain was the one with experience.
Yes, so. Welcome to your first day on the job, Jump. We
Thank
are
you,
in
sir.
we are in the process of attempting to steal that great behemoth out there. The treasure ship. It is on its way to Aslan territory. There's been a lot of rumors, only some of it's really confirmable until we get in there. But we believe it's on a diplomatic mission.
Okay, let's stop right here. Stop right here.
Yes.
I'm gonna need for Lawrence to make a streetwise check using intelligence.
Okay.
So before you click Streetwise, make sure you select intelligence or intellect as the stat being used, and then just click it.
So, since I don't have it, do I just click the skill above?
No, you click Streetwise. You'll have to open all skills or open it, as a skill.
Okay, I got it.
And then when you
So
roll it,
that's what I meant by above. You got to click on the skill to get it to show up below.
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay. All right. So, and what'd you say for a modifier?
Intelligence.
Select intelligence.
Yeah, it's a drop down. I think it defaults to social standing. But
Okay.
yeah, this one's intelligence. Okay, so you got an 8, which now you roll 2d6. We're not looking for a total. When I look at it, I see a 4 and a 3. That's a d66 roll, so that's a 43.
43. Gotcha.
And the 43 says the rumor that you heard while you've been in port is that the second engineer, Polo, is very superstitious. That's just some information you know about the Martin.
Okay.
All right, back to you guys.
Okay. So, unsubstantiated rumors. There may be some sort of important treaty on board. There is supposed to be a vast fortune in gems and precious metals, plus the ship. You may have noticed we have a few non-functional systems that will take some repairs. Quite a lot of repairs. And we need to fund that.
Sorry, my audio skipped out there for a couple seconds.
Oh. Boop, boop, boop. We believe there to be an important treaty, of fortune and gems, things like that, like you'd find on a treasure ship. Ideally, we would like to infiltrate the ship, take command of it, and leave with the entire thing. Barring that, we hope to at least make away with something valuable. We've come up with a number of ideas to try and get aboard, to get away with just stealing, or how to do it, but we don't really have anything yet, and the deadline is fast approaching. We have found, even tested a little bit in the bar the other night, that most of the previous engineering crew has died. They were killed in the accident that grounded the thing. So we're hoping to get hired aboard. That's the first plan, is getting on board, and we think we have that one. Tomlin was carousing with a number of gunners from the ship. I think that's really all we had. Now that our previous engineer quit.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we can get you on as an engineer, no problem. We know the guy.
In fact, the surviving engineer does not want to be the surviving engineer. He said he's not ready to be in charge like that yet. So he's in fact eager to hire another one. Now, once aboard, the current idea I'm leaning towards, I forget how those present feel about it, is we need to set up a program or a dummy computer or something to intercept the jump coordinates. Whatever the bridge programs in, the computer ignores and runs our calculation instead. They jump to somewhere isolated, we take it from there.
I'm still okay with that, but we have 8 Marines to deal with, 7 Marines, one of which is a cyborg.
So, if we do plan to take the ship, we also need to find a way to deal with its heavily armed guards. And actually, I would prefer they survive.
Are there any dentists in the area? Pump the ship full of nitrous oxide.
We could. I very much like the idea of if we infiltrate as engineers, we sabotage the power plant after it comes out of jump space. We have the Kestrel jump to the same location at the same time. Ship comes out of jump, we disable the power plant, jump back to the Kestrel, and we tell them, you have until your air runs out. Surrender, and we'll give you air. That was my plan. But we're still... Tomlin, how did you want to approach it again?
My idea was to gas the crew, jump to an unknown location, space the cargo with a encrypted transmitter so we know where it is, and then have the ship auto jump to where it was supposed to go in the first place. Make it look like a missed jump.
Faustus, did you have any ideas how to go about this? I know you've been scouting the ship a lot.
Technically, no. The whole jumping and grabbing the loot probably are a better idea. Make it look like a missed jump.
Fair enough.
I mean, nobody will get hurt. Everybody will be knocked out. We don't have to. We don't have to play a game of Among Us with me and Event.
Yes, because that was his idea. That was a terrible, terrible idea.
That was a joke idea. I was not actually being serious. It just sounded like that's how it was all going to play out in the end.
But wouldn't that be fun? I feel if we do successfully have the entirety of their crew out of the picture like that for a while, at that point we have taken the ship. We can just tie them up, or lock them in their quarters, something, and then just keep the ship.
How many? You said 8 Marines?
There's 7 Marines and then the cyborg commander.
Cyborg commander. And then how many actual crew? And this is the day we're on the day before, so the ship has arrived.
No, this is the day before that. The ship arrived the same day we got hired.
I mean,
There are 6 Marines
if we rush now,
total.
we could probably take it.
We could invade. We could storm the ship.
Yeah.
That is a thing we could do, and we might even be able to make off with it. But it can't really Jump,
Fly.
fly, jump. And there is its escort is in orbit.
Oh, right. I keep forgetting about the escort.
So that would absolutely be a smash and grab, leave the ship behind. Which, we could still get something really good.
Yeah, but we could also put a transponder on it, or download the where it's going and then hit it in transit again.
But then it'll have its full escort.
And it jumps further than we do. We can't keep up with it.
Oh, well, those are the only two ideas I have on the back of my head.
Jump.
Now, if you're lumping in the gunners with the Marines, there is a total of 8. If you count the gunners, but the gunners are Navy personnel. O'Leary and Lynn. Grimsbold is the officer in charge of the gunners.
4 pilots. 2 for each flip, and 1 for the main ship, and then a backup. Pilots will probably have gun combat as well.
You got the astrogators. There's plural. And the captain, first officer, purser, the cargo chief, 2 mechanics.
Yeah, there's a lot more of them than us.
Yeah. What's the plan, boss?
Jump. Do you have any ideas on how to infiltrate a heavily armed military diplomacy vessel? I know it's kind of putting you on the spot. I'm just picking your brain.
Nothing that comes to mind off the bat. Didn't you say we already have a way on board?
We think so. Tomlin for sure has a job offer.
Yeah, you guys are all have positions waiting for you on the ship if you want it.
We're quite hireable. We're good at what we do sometimes.
They need so many engineers that anybody with engineering is basically guaranteed a position. And then if you don't have engineering, then they need turret gunners. And that's the way you can get on. The flight crew, they don't need anybody up on the bridge.
But that might change.
Might change. And the Marine commander doesn't want to hire any independents, no contractors. He wants all of his Marines to be active duty.
Tomlin, are you suggesting we find a way to assassinate the bridge crew?
No. You
Oh.
just grab a guy and throw him in the one of the pods. Nobody knows where he went, but he's still alive.
I feel like that's worse than one of my plans.
When you say pod, what are you talking about?
The cryopods.
This ship doesn't have any cryopods.
Oh,
I
crap,
thought you
it
meant an
doesn't have any?
escape pod.
I mean, we could do that too, but
Are we talking about the Martin or are we talking about the Kestrel?
I mean, either or. If we can catch the guy outside of the ship.
Yeah, the Martin doesn't have anything like that.
Actually, he might have an idea though.
Ooh, look at that. The Marine agrees with me. I don't know how I feel about that.
No. If we can refine that a little bit, if we can capture some of the command off-site, throw them in the back of the trunk of the whatever, if we can get a vehicle, and then drive them out in the middle of nowhere, drop them off, and then come back, making sure that they're, doesn't have anything on them. they would eventually have to hire a crew for the command positions or find somebody to replace it.
I believe if a select number of their bridge crew goes missing, and then conveniently the next day, people looking for the same position show up.
Agreed. If we're gonna do that, we should just do one position.
And you
Yeah.
also know or suspect that the ship is under constant surveillance by the orbiting ship.
So it would have to be out of sight of the ship, somewhere in town.
Yeah, if they're not like tracking the movements of their command crew.
Yeah, that's the issue. What if they have tracker devices implanted in them?
Well, not just that. I mean, if the captain says I'm going into town, the Gazelle close escort in orbit is going to maintain a visual surveillance of him going into town. And if he gets jumped in an alley, you would all be identified.
Yeah, but I doubt they do that for like all their pilots,
Right.
their astrogators.
Those are the important ones.
You also haven't seen any of them leave the ship.
Yes.
No, I thought we had seen the astrogator leave.
The astrogator has left with his blue skin, his or her blue skin
They've got blue skin and gills.
and gills.
So,
That would be that guy
Poor girl.
or girl. They're not sure.
So, we get hired aboard. Step 1. Now, step 2.
Question mark.
How do we make off with what we want? And is it just going to be the treasure, or is it going to be the ship? It sounds like we're leaning towards just the treasure.
So, who are you putting in charge while you're gone?
Oh, Kirsch.
Okay. And then what do you want the Kestrel to do while you're gone?
That's what we had to clarify first. Basically, we're going to have to set them up to jump and be waiting at the same place we're trying to take the Martin to.
Which is
We haven't decided yet.
haven't decided. One thing is you don't know the flight path.
Correct.
Which is what we need.
Your ship has jumped 2, and the Martin has jumped 3 if its engines are fully repaired.
Okay, I pointed jump. We for sure need to get you on board because we need to know the level of repair being done, and we need somebody that knows how to work the jump drive. Because that's for sure not me.
Right.
I think probably sabotage. If you want to keep the ship, sabotage would probably be our best bet. Somehow sabotaging that size 3 jump drive to make it the same distance for ours, or making it not operable.
That would be highly dangerous compared to the technically incredibly difficult task of rerouting the jump. If you start poking at a jump drive like that, you end up like the Martin.
That's true.
And given that apparently the whole engineering crew died in whatever they did to the jump drive, I don't want to be on the engineering crew and do it again.
Okay, just a little heads up on that. The engineer can speak on this, and anybody with astrogation can speak on this. But this is what you know. The flight deck usually is where the flight computers are located and the controls for navigation and stuff like that. And the astrogate would plot a course, which winds up being kind of a piece of software, basically, and that is transmitted down to the engines and the engineer, and the engineer inputs these numbers that lets the jump drive create the bubble in the right direction and move the ship to where the astrogator had plotted. It's very complex. It takes hours to create this program, and it also takes hours to or it takes minutes actually to input the data and get the jump drives to activate. Could that transmission from the bridge to engineering be intercepted? Probably not, unless you know, because of the way the wire, it's hardwired, right? But could you, if you had access to the computers at or in the engineering room, could you override the program to make yours show and not the one from the astrogator? Yes. And then the engineer unwittingly would just enter in some kind of program that you placed, but you would have to have access to the engineering room to switch that out, or have access to the astrogation program. So either location could be used to change its jump directions. So that is viable.
Which means you would be absolutely pivotal in pulling this off. Jump.
But that's usually the chief engineer will be entering those numbers.
And out of character, would that be? What kind of role would that be on?
Well,
if I were to plant a program, how would I do that? I'm looking for computer or something.
Well, the astrogator would need to create a software program.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone with astrogation. And then the engineer would be, or someone that has access to engineering would have to use their computer skill to get in there to place, an override or something.
Is that that's electronics?
Electronics computer.
I'm quite skilled at both astrogation and computers. I would handle that part. However, I would need.
Were you hired on as an engineer?
We haven't been hired on yet.
That is true.
But no, I was a gunner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a gunner.
So you wouldn't have access.
Right.
I mean, you could probably create a piece of software
for him to plug in.
Yeah.
No, wait. I thought Mason was hired on because he was following.
Nope. I tried that and it did not work.
Yeah, and he was told he could learn while flying, but he was going to be a gunner.
Gotcha.
So,
cover story
well, if you're going to learn while flying, you might be able to access the engines.
Yes. So we would need you to input the false data and hijack this ship. Now, of course, having told you this, should you wish to back out,
we'll have to shoot you.
Witnesses.
Loose ends.
Loose
Yeah,
ends.
we're not kidding.
No. I mean, we would just put you in cryo until the whole thing was over. But
Understood.
there is,
Um,
we don't have a medic whatsoever, and there's a pretty good risk of
Ooh, brain damage.
complications. Yeah, from cryo.
That's why he talks like that.
No, that would be yes. That's why I talk like that.
So, what's my cover story? Should I be asked by someone in engineering what I'm doing as I'm trying to enter this program in?
Well, you see, we met the only surviving engineer in the bar, and
Mhm.
he very distinctly does not want to be the chief engineer. It is the chief engineer who inputs the data.
Ah,
So if you get hired first, you're the chief engineer.
I gotcha. No one's
Simple,
going to ask me what I'm doing.
right? Because you're supposed to be inputting that data. Only you know
True.
it's false. But again, that does mean you're the one facilitating this.
Of course.
Okay.
And this
So,
is a
yes.
out of character. Out of character. This is a um, what is the name of the naval uh, military branch that I served under?
You were in the
Jump
Navy.
sergeant.
You were in the Navy.
And this ship is in the Navy. The ship we're trying to steal.
Yes. Well, it's the Empire. Empire is a big umbrella, and there's a lot of different, like. There are some lesser known branches that exist in the Empire, but an Imperial Marine and Imperial Navy personnel, Imperial Army, you're all Imperials, right? But the Navy is the military branch that you were part of, and this is a Navy vessel. It has Marines on it, but it's a Navy vessel. But it's on a diplomatic mission, so it might be like tasked to the diplomatic corps of the Empire, but it's still part of the Navy. And you served at like your job specialty was engineer. That's the crew position you had. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we all get hired. We get Jump to plant false jump data that I calculate.
Okay.
So we need a computer to calculate that. So we have to try to find one. That may be tough. Or we need to find access to the ship's computers. Any ideas there? Anybody? Hands up.
There's an entire town right over there.
Okay. Could try to find something.
If its computer network is laid out similar to most other Imperial ships, there is a chance that you can like work from home. You know, you could be in your stateroom accessing the computer in your stateroom that allows you to access other functions on the ship, and with enough computer programming skills, you might be able to access the actual jump computer or the ship's computer, right?
Okay.
It's all tied in. The ship's computer controls like doors and atmosphere and the jump drive and the guns. And it's all part of the ship's computer. So you should be able to, through library data or whatever, be able to get into the ship's computer and work from your stateroom. Unfortunately, the Martin doesn't have staterooms.
Right.
Well, it does. It's just not for your positions. There is an actual computer room, and then there's the conference room, and there are staterooms, but those are mostly for the officers. But there are other computers in the ship, like you might be able to go down to the cargo hold or even do it from the engineering compartment, because just create the software in engineering.
Okay. So
But
that
it is
would be a possibility.
But it's multiple hour process, so
Right, and it would draw a lot of resources.
right.
So timing is key, and the calculations only last so long. Okay. So we may try to find a computer, but if we can't, we can find a way to access the ship's computers once on board. From there, we have a fake jump location. Now what? We have to somehow disable the crew. But
Nitrous
also,
oxide.
right. We also need to find a way to alert the Kestrel where we're jumping.
Well, if you're doing it on the first jump, you could just tell them, right? But if you're going to do it 3 or 4 jumps in, then that might be a problem.
Oh no, it'd be first.
Yeah, absolutely. They wouldn't expect it to happen the first jump they'd make.
I think that's exactly when they'd expect it.
Nah.
Okay. Now where do we jump to?
Well, that depends on where they're going. If
Does
we're
it?
making it look like a misjump. If we're taking the ship, then we can just pick a spot on the map.
I doubt they're going to Hilfer. It's a red zone.
And that's jump 4.
Oh, there were only 3. So their likeliest locations are Clark or Tech World. Either way.
Either way, we can't catch them if they're going to be airborne in 2 days.
Correct.
Oh, wait, hold on. We don't know that.
I think we have them jump to this hex here, regardless. I right-clicked and it won't go away.
Yeah, deep space.
We have them jump to deep space. The Kestrel can get there and have enough fuel to get back to either Acrid or Runashir.
And then the treasure ship will be stranded because it doesn't have any jump fuel.
After just jump
Well,
one?
no, it would have 2. You're right. It would have 2 more.
Yeah. So they could continue to Tech World, or we could send them to Blue. If their location was Clark, Blue makes sense for a misjump. So we still have our options to send them either way. Or we could take the ship. It leaves that open. But their escort will never find them in deep space. We'll have all the time we need. So, we've jumped. We're in deep space.
Yeah, if
How do we take care
if
of the
the
crew?
plan is to jump to Tech World, their escorts would jump to Tech World, and then you would jump to deep space.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they would be like, where'd they go? Why haven't they arrived? You know,
Misjump.
misjump. Yeah.
So, how do we take care of the crew?
I
Let's
still say we
assume-
gas them.
We assume everything goes to plan. The Kestrel jumps, lands right next to the Martin. You say we gas them.
Yeah, or
I-
seal everybody in their quarters.
That's an option. However, at coming out of jump, everyone will be on the bridge and in their battle positions. That's standard operations.
Well, we could seal them in there too. We don't need access to the bridge once we're at that point. We just need access to the treasure vault.
They'll just fly the ship from the bridge that they're now sealed in. How you can't seal them in the bridge?
Well, depends upon if that's airtight, the bridge and the individual rooms. Because if we can seal off the hallway, we can probably just vent all the oxygen in it, so then they have no way to get anywhere, and then just cut off their pretty much like block them, reroute all controls to the engine room. If we had the knowledge.
Somebody could still find a way to override that, but it's hard to override a barrel of hull sealant on each door.
That is true.
That's an option. We still can't have them flying the ship. So we, from the engine room, disable the power. Or at least the maneuver drive.
Could
Put it
do
on
that.
reserve power, I guess. So that the
And chief
Lucy-
engineer,
yeah.
the chief engineer can tell him he's running a drill to figure out what happened with the jump.
We're not running a drill. It happened at the same time the jump drive malfunctioned.
Yeah, the bridge is definitely sealed off.
But what about the staterooms or the crew rooms for the individual, like the Marines and stuff like that? Would they
The Marines are all in one room, and then the Navy personnel are all in one room. The officers have their own individual staterooms.
Yes, but after the jump, the Marines will also be in their positions in case of ambush. So they'll be spread throughout the ship. It likely won't be as simple as just sealing a few doors, because I'm sure some of those positions are beside the vault.
That is true, yeah.
Okay, Curse speaks up and he says, if they're not going to be, everyone is not going to be awake 24/7. They're probably going to have duty shifts where they rotate. And then, so some guards will be up, posted, maybe near the treasure vault, maybe near the bridge or wherever. And then there's going to be engineers that are working and are off, like sleeping or whatever. And they're probably going to rotate through. And you haven't met the crew or learned any details from the personnel on board, so you don't know who is on first or who's on second, right? So you can maybe spend some time mingling with the crew, learning their positions and their habits or whatever, and then maybe 2 or 3 jumps in, you make a move based on better intelligence instead of trying to guess everything.
But 2 or 3 jumps in is deep in Aslan territory.
No. Maybe.
True. But yes, Kirsch, I forgot you've worked on a ship big enough to have shifts. This is my first actual time serving on a ship. We just kind of have to wake everybody up.
Yeah, if all goes well, they'll probably do a tech world, a Paul, and then a Teok. Just follow the green line. But yeah, so they would. But you don't even know if that's their course or that's their path, so that's something.
Right, it could be something like Clark Kushai.
Right.
Still, well, all the more reason to do it on the first jump.
Well, when the repair ship gets here, it's going to be like 4 weeks until they get repaired.
Right.
Are we going in with false identities?
No, well,
To an extent. Do you have false papers?
I do not.
Oh,
You're going to know who I am anyway.
right. Same with Tomlin. So maybe you say you're rejoining. You've had a change of heart for your change of heart.
Well, I
Yeah.
just want to point out that we're all going to be wanted after this.
Yes, but it's state sanctioned. It's okay.
You keep
All right, so
saying that.
Out of character, I think I'm not understanding. Isn't this an Imperium ship?
Yes.
Yes, it is. He's trying to bullshit your character into
all
just
right, all
going along with it.
Hold on, no, because we actually have like a writ.
That doesn't matter.
You
No,
have,
no, it doesn't at
know them.
all.
you have a letter of marque.
Yes. You see, we're commissioned by King Oleb himself. Anything we do is fair game, within reason.
That is correct.
And what's going to bring the Imperium policing this sector more than disappearing their famous treasure ship? We're going to rob Fort Knox.
Or die trying.
Or die trying. So, as long as they don't directly catch us afterwards, we're good. We can still like go to planets and stuff. We're fine.
Mhm.
We just can't go on to an Imperial military base, or we'll probably be.
want to erase
Yeah.
whatever video log they have.
Yeah, and that's another reason to take the ship. It's gonna have our names on the crew roster, and we
Exactly.
can get rid of that.
Okay, so here's a little text I'll read out loud. What good is a letter of marque? Piracy is punishable by death. The old Ziracirca of the Volani, that's an older version of the Empire, punished it with spacing. Captured pirates were hurled naked out of an airlock to freeze to death in the vacuum, while pirate captains were permitted the honor of a spacesuit, prolonging their suffering for hours. In the vanished Sindalan Empire, which is where you're at, pirates were hung by the neck until dead, their bodies preserved in a silicon sheath and attached to the hull of a pirate hunter ship. The modern Third Imperium more prosaically permits suspected pirates of a trial before they are imprisoned or executed by firing squad. As for the Aslan, the lord of each territory personally carries out executions with his own dewclaw. If you are captured, you are bound for death. The letter of marque will not save you, unless the kingdom of Drinax is restored. If Drinax's flag is raised again over a dozen worlds, then your crimes are retroactively negated. You were never devilish pirates. You were always licensed privateers, carrying out the king's commands. Saving Drinax will also save your own necks.
Yeah.
And
So
it's because.
So you were given a letter of marque by someone that is not acknowledged as a king.
Right.
right.
Right. Gotcha.
But once he is acknowledged as a king, then you are.
We're getting in on the ground floor, baby.
Mhm.
And his mission for you, if some of you don't know, is go privateering across the Trojan Reach. Okay, just go around. Disrupt trade between the Imperium and the Oslans. Establish alliances with independent worlds and factions. And make your fortune and rebuild the kingdom of Drinax. That's the mission. Yeah,
With
We-
10% going to him, right?
correct.
That's what the number was.
Yes. And we've made one friend.
You made a couple, really. Well, Clark is definitely... Well, Thieve and Clark.
Oh, we made two friends.
That's right. And Torpil is really close.
Really?
Yeah, because Torpil and Clark are the ones that were being attacked by those bandits.
Oh, yeah, I forgot Torpil was too.
It's just not made it to the green status yet.
And we have... No, I guess we didn't actually do anything good on Marduk. Never mind.
Yeah. Well, the guy on Marduk wants his cut.
Yeah. I did get some information on the ship. Look, we've got 3D deck plans. Well, no, they're paper deck plans.
Yep.
I don't know how. I don't think I want to know how. But he did get blueprints for the ship. In exchange, he wants 10% of whatever we nab from it.
Right. So basically, that's 20% off the top.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about millions of credits, that's still a lot of credits. And if you keep the ship, and the only way you're going to really be able to get into the vault is to take it to Drinax. Because you need high enough technology to get in, to bust the lock. Drinax, I think, has a 14 tech level. 15 being the Imperial maximum.
Engineer kit.
What's that?
I want to buy an engineer kit, and that's tech level 14.
Yeah. Well, when you get there, you can.
Yep.
And hopefully with all that new money you'll have. But yeah, it would be strongly recommended that you take the... If you are to take the ship, which I think is what you're trying to do, fly it to Drinax and let them open the safe. But if you're just trying to break into the safe or just disrupt the ship from making it to the Aslan Hyrate, which I don't think you've even considered that, but really your mission is to stop trade, not necessarily to take the trade, but also you want to take it because of the money value.
Stopping it can be a plan B. That's relatively easy.
Yeah,
Jump into deep space and blow the power plant.
exactly. Or you could just do it in jump space. And nobody...
Ooh, yeah, but I don't want to be on the ship.
Yeah, right. That's what I was saying. But yeah, I'm not... I think you need to get on the ship and meet the crew before you make any final decisions, is what I'm trying to say. Because you guys are just presuming certain things. You're just assuming one thing is not like the other or whatever.
Well, we need a plan A in case we can't get off the ship.
I'm not even talking about that. I mean, just
Oh.
finding out what the ship's all about. You don't even know. Everything you've learned is rumors, and 90% of those are false. You don't really know anything about this ship, other than it's broke and it's waiting to be repaired.
Is there a database we could access to learn more about the ship?
You have a ship's computer that has like encyclopedia knowledge, and it can tell you about this type of ship, but not specifically this ship. If you go to the local spaceport, which that your captain has already tried to get data on the ship, it's blacked out, redacted. You can't learn about the ship. It's very top secret.
Has anyone gone to the loading docks to see what the gossip
Yes,
is
yeah.
down there?
They have a bunch of rumors that they told you one of them.
Okay.
Yeah, so they learned a lot of information about the ship by talking to a lot of different people.
Gotcha.
But not everything. And it's all rumors or gossip, like you said. It's not from the horse's mouth. I just recommend that well, 1/3 of the crew is dead, for one thing. And the back end of the ship is got big gaping holes in it. The jump drive is what was just pretty much destroyed. The maneuver drives allowed the ship to limp down to this planet. It's not really supposed to be landed on a planet, and so when it did, it cracked the landing pad. But it's not in good shape. You can see the big holes from the outside. And they're resorting to, or they're willing to take on independent contractors to help them finish their mission, but it's still a Navy vessel first.
And albeit we don't know what that mission is.
Correct.
Right.
You've heard rumors that they're flying to the Aslan Hyrate to because treasure ships are known to go back and forth from the Empire to the Aslans, paying them off to maintain the peace. If the Aslans don't get paid, they might expand their territory, and the Empire doesn't want that. And so they send the overlords in the Aslan area gifts, from the Empire to keep them to keep their younger pack mates from trying to expand. This is something as part of the lore. Aslans have this biological desire to expand their territory. Owning more land is the most important thing to the Aslans. Honor, think Klingons, I guess. I like to think of the Aslan as kind of like a Klingon-esque, the fight first, diplomatic solution second. And part of that is they treat the person with the most acreage as someone of more importance. And so once a planet's acreage has all been eaten up by the Aslan, like they occupy, like this is my area, this is my area, this is my area. Once you run out, they either have to fight amongst themselves to get more acreage, or they go to other planets. So they're constantly trying to expand their territory, and
like a virus.
like a virus. And the Empire has created this treaty, which created this no man's land or neutral zone that, and to help maintain this treaty, they're paying off those Aslan nobles not to expand. Now, the younger teenager types are always trying to expand because they're not getting the payments, but those lords are getting paid to keep them in line, basically police themselves.
Gotcha.
And this treasure ship is supposed to be one of those shipments, which will have a lot of valuable treasure on it. But it also has something in the middle of its cargo hold, which is a vault. And this vault, you don't really know what's in it, but usually it's the best. You know, the stuff in the cargo hold is just like foodstuffs, or they even have this dust spice. But in the cargo hold, in the vault itself, is where they would keep things like a new treaty, or maybe a software program, or a message from the emperor to the Aslan, or something like that. It's something secretive, and the vault is very it's designed with security, of course, right? There is a race in the universe called the Zodani, and the Zodani have the ability to use their mind as a weapon. They have developed, or they openly use psionics as a weapon, and one of those abilities that the Zodani have developed is the ability to teleport. And this vault is built in such a way that they cannot teleport into or out of this vault. So they could possibly have a Zodani in the vault that they're transporting, and he couldn't escape like a prisoner, right? It could be anything. Nobody really knows what's in there. I'm just throwing that out there.
Mm-hmm.
But it does have an anti-teleport field. Basically, any like electronic field interferes with psionics. So if they put what do you call it? Like a what do they call those cages?
Faraday.
A Faraday cage. It's kind of like a Faraday cage where you can't teleport in and out of. And but who knows what else might be in there, right? And that's and to open the vault, that's why you would need to take it to Drinax so they can open the vault. Opening the cargo hold is no big deal. Everybody can, you can walk through the cargo hold. That's not a problem. Your personal ship, the Harrier, only has like 29 tons of cargo, so you're not carrying. That's not its purpose, right? So this merchant vessel has like a couple of 100 tons of cargo, not counting the vault. Okay, where was I going with this? Yeah, the Aslan might want to expand, and that's all you know about this ship. You don't know what's on it, or where it's going, who it's delivering its cargo to, or any of that.
Okay, do you guys mind if I go AFK for a minute?
No, go ahead. Do what you got to do.
And we'll be right back.
Yeah. But yeah, I would recommend getting on the ship, learning a little bit about the crew before making any kind of decision. Now, I know you plan to have, good plan is to have it jump somewhere, have your personal ship waiting there, there's no real need to have your ship there. Just unless you just want an escape, but way to escape. But your ship doesn't even have to participate at all in this.
Right.
Your ship could go to Drinax and wait for you. Because you're gonna get on this ship. You're gonna have it miss jump, so it loses its escorts, and then you take over the crew somehow. You could take over the crew in the middle of jump. You don't have to do it once you get there, right? And then lock them all up in the in some room, make it like a little brig or something, and then take your ship somewhere else.
Right.
So, yeah. So, but if your plan was to do that, why not jump to a system if you're going to do it in the middle of jump?
Right. Well, I was going to say, it seems like we have enough of a plan as like a general guideline. I think we're as ready as we're going to get until we actually get aboard.
Right. Okay, so let's jump. Okay, so that was the screen. The screen fades, and then it comes back to present day, right? Because this was all the day before. So present day, you guys are all on the ship, and you've been told to get your gear. If you need to go back to your ship to get your gear or whatever, and then put it in a little foot locker at the base of your bunk. Let me pull up a map.
That does mean, oh, he's AFK.
Oh, he's back.
He would have a suit of the combat armor.
Available to him.
Jump. Yeah, if you want to bring that.
I have a flak vest.
So the combat armor is, from my understanding, kind of like this picture of the Marine here. It's a vac suit, but it's bulky and armored.
Yeah.
And it's
Is
got
that like power armor?
It has no power.
Okay.
Well, it has power for like radios and its life support, but it's not like strength enhancing or anything like that.
It's got 6 hours life support, and you can go into vacuum with it. And it's got some armor, but it is very clearly armor.
It's way better than a flak suit or flak vest.
Yeah, I left my flak vest on the ship.
I'm bringing all my stuff. I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't know if I can bring all my stuff.
There you go.
Except ours has a camouflage pattern.
Yeah, yours has a stealth coating, gives you a bonus for stealth actions. Okay, so I brought everybody over to the map. Let me do this. The map of the ship, that is. Go to all. I'm gonna do a copy and paste. So the four of you are getting onto the ship. Whoop, there it goes. Okay. There you go. All right, and so just a real brief, quick tour. You'll see where it says lower cargo hold. It has a bunch of boxes in there, multiple tons of various equipment. If you look at where it says number 6, there's 2 spots. There's the one down here, and then there's one up there. Those have shuttles in them, 1 shuttle each, to go from like orbit to the planet or something like that. The officer deck is a very small section of the ship, but those are individual staterooms. That's where your officers hang out. But like number 3 in front of the officer's deck should be, that's where the actual computer is located. Or I should say that's where there's a terminal that goes to the computer, for sure. Now, this area right here is the Marines stay in this section right here. The rest of the crew stay in these 2 sections here. There's, if you see these little green circles, those are iris valves, which are like a lens of a camera. They open up and they close, and those are airtight bulkhead walls.
Like in the Alien movie.
And you guys have all been assigned to this section right here, the middle section. If you go down a level, you've got your main 2 cargo holds on left and right, and number 1 is the vault. That's the center. Up front, you got number 7. That's like a lounge. That's where the food is kept and stuff like that. Behind it, all the way back here, is the engine room, which has jump drives, power plants, and maneuver thrusters. The purple circles are holes in the hull, and you'll notice that there's a number of turrets on the ship, and that's pretty much it. There's no central elevator or anything. To access one deck to the next, it's actually a rung ladder. You got to climb up and down, and that's what these tubes are, up and down. You'll see those. That's where the ladders are. They're not this far apart. They're not separated that far. There's only like each deck only occupies 3 meters. Okay, so from one deck to the top of the deck below to the bottom of the deck above is 3 meters. Usually about 1 meter in the roof area is a crawl space or a like a drop ceiling, and in that area is where all the pipes and tubes and wiring and air conditioning vents and all that stuff. So really you only have a 2 meter area that you walk in. So your head, if you're a really tall person, your head would bump the ceiling. It's very short. I mean, you could probably, a 5'9" person or whatever can walk through the hall, no problem. But it's not like a home today where you might have a 10-foot ceiling. You now only have just over 6 feet of floor to head. In the floor, there are these gravity plates that give you artificial gravity, so you can walk around in space without worrying about any of that. So to climb from one deck to the next, you're really only climbing about 10 feet.
So do the officers have to climb down, go forward, and then climb up to get to the flight deck?
That is correct. That is correct. Yeah, they climb down to the crew deck. They have to walk through the Marines area into your area and then up to the flight deck. That's exactly correct.
That's weird.
Yeah, the ship's not. Every ship's got its problems, and that's one of them. I think I gave you. Let me double check. Okay, that's the Martin crew. Ship. Yeah, looking at this outer part of the ship, you can see this little hump in the back as that's the officers' quarters. They have to climb down, go forward, and then go up to the flight deck. Those windows that you see in the very front, that's actually the lounge. You know, like 10 forward or whatever. You know, it's you got windows that can see out into space. That's not the bridge. The bridge is actually in that little top hump. It's a weird shaped ship. Okay, so you guys stored your gear all in that area there. You happen to meet Captain Torsa. This is all like in the previous episode. This happened, right? Captain Torsa, which. Okay, hold on. Let's hit that just to make sure it shares with Bill as well. Yeah, that's Captain Torsa, and he looks like he's a hard ass, but he didn't speak that way when he came and talked to you guys. He introduced you to the ship, like welcome to the ship. You know, do your duty. Everything should be fine, and welcome aboard. You know, that kind of stuff. And then
Told me try to get me a spot on the bridge.
I will get with my first officer and we'll figure something out. We'll evaluate you, you know, maybe on the way back or something. We don't know. But he also started to have some kind of facial spasm as he was starting to walk away.
Yeah, I saw that part.
There you go. Who else did you meet? You met
The lady.
Tactical Officer Grimsbold. Yeah, Tactical Officer Grimsbold. I actually have a picture. I'm just gonna have to locate it.
Yeah, there was a joke about a whip.
That's right. I don't think I put her in Navy. Probably should have. Move that. All these pictures are so small. Okay. Okay, not there. Yep, here we go. You might recognize this character if you've ever seen this TV series, but that's her. I'm looking to see if I made a token for her. Okay, give me a second. Boy, this took forever to load. Okay, I'll name it Grimswold. There we go. All right, and she came down and she greeted the gunners because she's in charge of the gunners. And that's pretty much where we're at. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's perfect. So if you guys want, so you saw the last hour of the last episode. That's good. So the repair ship shows up. They're very organized, matter of fact. They know what they need to do. They already have some pre-constructed parts that they just have to like pull some of the wreckage off and put some of the plating back on there. And they announce to the captain, who shares with you, that they'll be done in 48 hours, and which is way ahead of schedule. He was expecting the repairs to take a couple of weeks, but it looks like you're going to be able to get on your way in about 48 hours. So Grimswold says, if there's something you need to, any matters that you guys need to take care of on the planet, or if you need to stow your gear or go pick something up real quick or something like that, now would be the time to do it, because apparently this repair crew doesn't want any of us to get in the way of any repairs. So they're asking us to kind of step back and not assist with that and let them do their work. So basically, we still have a couple more days of downtime. So if you need to go onto the planet or do anything, close loose ends or pick up anything you need to buy, like demolition charges or whatever, now would be the time to do that. But make sure you're back here tomorrow so we can get everything organized so that you can basically have one day. to do what you need to do, and then be back. All right. And then she leaves you. You have the, you have like, each of you have your own personal code to like type into a door to get it to open. So she grants you a security passcode. Now that's not going to get you into every door, but it'll get you to every door that you should have access to.
Of course.
Right.
Oh, wait, we're on the ship.
You're on.
Cross.
Yeah, you're on the ship. Got to be Scottish or Irish now, right?
No. Bad Australian.
All right. There are a number of crew members sleeping in their rack. There's also some other crew members wandering around, kind of just doing their duties, or getting dressed, or getting undressed.
All right, boss. What's the game plan?
Well, right. Well, first thing we got to do. Oh, wait, there's no one around. First thing we've got to do. We need to try and get another access code. Can't have them knowing we're the one doing these things.
Okay, well, that should be fairly easy. There's a bunch of people sleeping here. We could grab one of their cards.
Thought it was a pin. No, they'll notice the card missing. You'll have to. Oh, I was gonna say you'll have to swap it for one of ours, but
That's just as bad as just using ours.
not necessarily. We'd have access to places, and they would look like they're going about their normal business. But the second they try to go somewhere we're trying to get into by taking their card, the jig is up.
You can hear a lot of activity going on in the rear of the ship. It's like the sound is reverberating through the ship, where they're, like what do they call them? Pneumatic wrenches or whatever, and then there's saws. You can hear like hand, like these giant cutting saws. You can hear that. You can hear a lot of construction work, basically, coming from the engine deck. So you guys can whisper and probably not be heard by anybody else in your room because of the noises. There's quite a bit of noise.
Or we could go off ship for a little while too.
Or you can go off the ship and you also have, if you own a communicator that's less than 1 kilogram, then you can have it like you're wearing it like an earpiece. If it's 1 kilogram or more, then it is something you have in your hand or on your back or something like that. So I don't know what kind of communicators that you purchased, but if you have them, you have access to the shipboard communication network. Otherwise, you would have to rely on the intercom, which is usually located next to every door. There's access to the intercom.
I have a tech level 8 radio.
How big is it?
It's at 0. It's at a dash, so I'm guessing that meant 0.
That's an earpiece.
Negligible. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a Tech 10 communicator. It's 0.5 kilogram.
Okay, so that's like a big.
It's like a smartphone, I think.
Yeah, but it could be like a headset.
I've got a com dot.
Okay, and then the com dot you would wear, and then you would have the radio, your radio in your pocket. So yeah,
Yeah.
the com dot lets. It's like a Bluetooth headset. It
I've got
lets
a
you.
brick phone and no com dot.
Okay, so you actually have to pull it out and answer it,
Yes, sir.
or you can go into
I-
town and pick something up that they don't make here. Because this is
Yeah, I was
old.
gonna say,
This is old tech.
didn't we
Yeah, we could
do that for Gabe?
Yeah, because Gabe was the one who picked up the earpiece, and I was going to pick up a communicator and a computer, but they didn't have. It was all 70s technology,
Right.
so I decided that I was just going to wait till the next stop that was going to be a little bit higher.
Right.
But yeah, we might just try to find something here for an earpiece.
Well, I think I'm the one to do that.
Okay, you're not gonna find an earpiece here. 100% guarantee.
We already bought the only one that was here, and he left.
Well, not in 24 hours. Because that is a search all the different shops and talk to a bunch of people and spend a week looking for it, and then you get a die roll to see if it shows up on the availability.
Like, do they have a BlackBerry or something that we could probably try to find pretty quick?
Not in Vietnam era.
Ah, shoot.
They might have a walkie-talkie. You know,
Yeah, it's a brick.
a big monster
that-
thing.
Is that transponder ready yet? He said a week, right?
Yeah, that's going to be about 6 days after you leave.
Oh, I thought I did that a week before we got onto the ship. We were waiting on the repair ship.
Yeah. It's not going to be ready in time.
But we can come back for it and use it for future shenanigans.
Yep, you can let them know that just hold on to it until I come back.
I will absolutely do that. I will call him and tell him that I will return for it.
All right. Well, yeah. So we don't need to put a rush on it. We can like hold on, just. When do you plan to come back?
Give us 2 months.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll have it ready by then.
10-4. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no worries. You gave him a ship share, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. He's happy about that.
Yeah, I'm sure. It was for the rush order. Didn't know we were leaving so quick. Cap. What are we doing? Do we need gas? Do we need hull sealant? We're just gonna take our chances.
I think they'll have hull sealant aboard.
But would they have enough to cover every door?
No. We don't need to cover every door.
Clearly, you have a plan. What's the plan?
If you were on the bridge, you would have control of all the doors on the ship.
Oh,
We get you to the bridge, we get Jump to the chief engineer, and then the ship is ours.
so the problem with that is we have 24 hours to do it, and he just said that he wasn't going to see about getting me on the bridge until the return trip. So that plan's out of the question.
You're not up there officially, you're just visiting.
I don't think they'd be okay with that.
He might if you talk him up.
Is
The
there a
other thing
place
is,
that I
when
could
did
buy
we need to
grenades?
load the program?
You'll have to
Say-
create a program first.
Right, and then when do we load it? At what point?
Right before you, well, at any time before the jump. If it's just going to be like an override where they think they're accessing the correct one and they're actually accessing the one you've uploaded.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so if there's nothing else that needs to be done in the ship, we could progress time.
Actually, I wanted to know if there's a place that I can buy grenades.
Okay, so Faustus is heading into town to see if he can find someone that's going to sell him
Explosives, yeah.
hand grenades.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, is that pretty much, or is that exactly what you're looking for?
Flashbangs, gas grenades, maybe a couple of just regular frag grenades.
Okay, a variety of different types of hand grenades. Okay, I got you.
Anything that goes boom, it sounds like.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
Well,
mostly
that's-
looking for disorientation. And if I can find some gas grenades that can knock somebody out, then I will definitely take as many as I can grab.
Okay. Is anyone going with him?
I
Yeah, I'll
think
go
I
with 'em.
need to.
Or do you all want to go with him?
We also need to plan where we're going to jump the ship to, and whether or not we're going to take it, because we need to know if we need to have the Kestrel on standby.
So so you're all going with him,
Yeah,
Yes,
if you guys go
I
to town and we
That
can
way
all
you
talk
can-
and walk and talk at the same time.
then you could just talk and walk. Yeah. Okay.
Does the merchant ship have escape pods or lifeboats or whatever?
It has two shuttles.
Okay.
And those are the ones located in number 6. There's one right behind the bridge, and then there's one right next to the engineering.
Have you guys thought about a false radiation leak?
To what
No.
end?
To get the crew to want to leave the ship?
Oh. Oh, that's clever. I like it.
This is why we needed an engineer. I wouldn't have thought of that. That's actually a really good idea.
And if
It's
radiation
not actually
is
mine.
deadly and
Oh.
yeah, I was gonna say if radiation is as deadly as they, in this game is what I'm led to believe, then yeah, they would probably take all the precautions necessary. If there's a radiation leak, they would evacuate the area.
Unless they all had suits.
Okay,
Even
you find a shop that when you're going through Startown, there's a shop that says paramilitary equipment.
Okay.
And you go in and you see it's lined with all different kinds of like assault rifles and handguns, shotguns, swords. You see like flak vests and stuff like that. But then there's a section of explosives. And you
Everybody see Faustus get giddy.
they
when he
have
walked into the store.
They have smoke grenades, if you wanted that. They have frag grenades. Those are on sale. They got like a big sale sign over it saying 2 for 1 frag grenades. And they have chemical grenades.
Do I recognize what the chemicals written on it?
Um, yeah, just a second here.
Well, we could sabotage all the suits before we activate the radiation alarms.
So the frag grenades, if you wanted them, they are 30 credits. So you can just buy as many frags as you want for 30 credits. The smoke is 15 credits. You can buy as many of those as you want. The chemical is a
So you said frag is 15, smoke is 30.
the other way around.
Oh, frag is 30, smoke is 15.
Right. Here it is, chemical. Okay. Chemical creates a cloud of gas, which, depending on the composition, will either be incapacitating or deadly. If they don't have a respirator or sealed suit, they'll be attacked by a poison. And non-lethal deals stun damage, while lethal is death.
Right. And I'm trying to look for non-lethal.
Yeah.
But if there's lethal, then
They're
that's
both.
my only option.
No, they got both.
Okay, so how many is for the gas?
50. 50.
Okay, and I am currently carrying 1800.
They also have a section of plastic explosives.
I will immediately go over there.
I was gonna ask, how much is those?
200 per kilogram.
How many kilograms do they have?
Well, they have a warehouse in the back.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. Doesn't hurt to be prepared.
Yeah. So you can get as many of those as you want. They also have a machine gun. It's on display up front. If you want that.
Light, medium, or heavy?
It's neither. It's just a machine gun. It's like an M60 machine gun. I guess you would call that a
It's a light.
light. Okay.
Yeah. The M60 was a squad automatic weapon, which was a light machine gun.
30
Not-
caliber.
It can be mounted, but it wasn't needed to be mounted to be used.
I would think that it would be a medium because the Saw was a light machine gun. Squad automatic
The-
weapon.
Oh yeah, because
Oh,
that was the
caliber,
upgraded
so I think-
version, which was the light.
The M60 is 7.62, and then it's not a 50 cal. So, yeah,
Right.
yeah. This is, but I would consider it's just in the book. It's called machine gun.
I will take 20 kilograms of this plastic explosive, please.
There is something called an early machine gun, but I would think of that like maybe a Lewis gun or something.
4,000 credits.
How much for either of the machine guns?
Well, they only have a machine gun.
Okay, so how much is that one?
1,500 for the gun, and it has a 60-round box magazine for 100.
I may have to run back to the ship to get more credits.
You don't have all your credits with you because you're going to a new ship?
Correct.
That's okay. They also sell light anti-tank weapons, like a law. You know, like shoulder, you open it up and you...
I would not need that on the ship, but
Right.
machine gun would probably be an ideal.
Okay.
Those laws, are they as illegal as, say, a laser?
Well, explosives become illegal very quickly on most planets.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
But this planet has no restriction on weapons. This planet is has restrictions on like murder and killing people, but they don't care what kind of weapons you possess or own or walk around with. And this is a spaceport. It's kind of like the strip outside of a military base. It's called Startown. It's an area where they anticipate doing most of their business with off-worlders, that land at the spaceport. Not local inhabitants, but that doesn't stop them from coming and shopping here too. Looking at the picture of the machine gun. It looks like the artist didn't know what he was drawing.
Okay, I'm going to take 10 of each of the grenades.
Says it's a larger, less portable version of the auto rifle. Machine gun may be relatively low tech, but it is capable of sawing even armored targets in half. Machine gun may use the rifle variant ammunition found in the specialized ammunition chapter. Well, that's not available here, so don't worry about that.
Is it actually better than? Would it be technically better than my advanced combat rifle?
No.
No.
Advanced combat rifle is the way to go.
And then I'll probably keep that one.
Unless you're wanting, a machine gun is called bulky, and it has auto 4. Does your advanced combat rifle have auto value?
Auto 3.
Okay, so it shoots one additional burst.
What's the range on it?
500.
It's a little bit farther than my combat rifle.
Yeah, it's 10 kilograms.
But isn't your combat rifle armor piercing, or is that just the Gauss rifle?
I think it's just a Gauss rifle.
Yeah, machine guns, 10 kilograms, so that's like 25 pounds.
I think I'll stick with the advanced combat rifle, but I want to get 10 of each grenades,
Okay.
which would be 950 credits.
Yeah, like a case of frag grenades. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, pretty much a case of each.
Okay, just so you know, where is it at? You bought the plastic explosive?
No.
Okay. Somebody did?
I bought some.
Yes.
Okay.
I also bought some.
Okay. It does 3 dice of damage, and it has a blast radius of 9. It's called Blast 9.
Is that per kilogram?
Yeah, that's 1 kilogram.
Okay.
The grenades frag is 5 dice. Blast 9. Smoke is blast 9, no damage. Obviously. And then the chemical grenade is also blast 9, but they have to make a very difficult endurance check to resist it.
You said the gas was blast 9.
Yeah, that means it's the how big of an area it is.
Right. And then
9 meters or whatever. It has to make a very difficult endurance check to resist the poison. And it does 1 die of stun. If you're talking about the stun, it does 1 die of stun damage every round. for 1 die times 3 rounds.
So it does for stun. It does one die of stun damage every round,
Correct.
and then maximum of 3.
1 die times 3.
1d. Okay. And then what's the damage that the frag do again?
5.
And
5
then
dice.
Smoke just has the blast 9 and cover effect.
Right. It's basically -2 to attacks. And it also dissipates in 1 die times 3 rounds.
One dice times 2 rounds.
3 times 3.
Times 3 rounds.
Right.
Okay, so it has the same as the other.
It's the same, right?
Okay.
And doubling the quantity of explosive, like if you take plastic explosive or whatever and you double it, it increases the blast by 1 and it increases the damage by 1. Continuing doubling the quantity will continue to add those. So basically, if you put 4 kilograms, you'll get an extra 2 dice, and the blast will be by +2.
Are these grenades kind of like the canisters, or are they like baseball, or are they like sticks?
Smoke is more like a canister. Trank gas is. It looks like a smoke grenade. It's a like a Coke can, and the frag is like a baseball.
Okay, so a baseball one.
I don't know, what do they call that? An M9? I don't remember. I don't remember.
M9 frag grenade.
Surprised I remembered that. Yeah. It's not the pineapple. Even though it probably
No, I
should
was
be
just
at
wondering
this.
if there were sticks, because if there were sticks, then I could probably take a few of them and then wrap them with paracord around each other, and then make one bigger one.
Well, you still can. I mean, you got duct tape.
Yeah.
Is there anything other than explosives that you might be looking for on this planet? Now realizing that they're very lenient when it comes to weaponry.
A flamethrower.
You want a flamethrower?
What possible use could you have for a flamethrower?
Giant space spiders.
It's valid.
It's 1,500.
No.
It's 1,500 credits.
What
How
about a
much per food?
grapnel?
Well, just a second. Are you actually buying a flamethrower?
I would like to, yes.
Yeah, 1,500 credits. 4 dice. 15 kilograms. It has a blast of 5. It's bulky and it creates fire. Surprise, surprise. It has a 40-round magazine, which is basically your gas tank, I suppose, which screws on the bottom. It's not a backpack. And it's 80 credits. Think of like a 40K flamer.
Even better. I will actually write flamer on it.
Okay. But you need a magazine. That's
Yeah, I'm
of
gonna
gas.
buy.
Those are 80 credits each.
Yeah, I'm. So plus.
And then you said grappling hook.
Yeah, grapnel.
Like what kind of grapple hook? Just
Well,
climbing?
Like a grapnel gun.
A gun.
Yeah, a grappling hook gun.
Okay. There's a grapple launcher that they don't sell.
Darn.
Yeah, that comes in the 90s. You would think in World War II they would have that, right?
They had harpoon guns in World War II.
Well, they do have a grapple and cable. They also have they have a grapple and cable. 10 meters of stout cord can be thrown or propelled by the launcher, which is Tech 7.
So they have a grapple launcher.
Not here.
Oh.
They just have a grapple and cord.
Would you be able to
I'll wait on it.
Would you be able to send me the specs for the flamer? I'm not fast at typing.
That's really the only urgent, even semi-relevant thing on my shopping list.
I do have a climbing kit if you want one. If you
I
want
think
it.
I have something. I don't have something for that, but no, I'm good. I wanted a grapple gun.
You want to be Batman. Got it.
I want to be James Bond.
You're doing a bang up job.
Okay, there you go in chat. The first number is tech level, the second number is range, and then you can see the 4D, that's damage. Kilograms, 15 credits. Ammo is 40 shots for 80 credits, and then it has blast 5, bulky, and fire.
And you said the range is 5, and the damage is the 4D.
Right.
All right. I got it copied.
Anything else in town that you want other than, do you need a slug rifle or a melee weapon or
I'm good.
weapon accessories?
No, I probably shouldn't buy a trench shovel and then sharpen the edge.
A bipod? A bandolier?
I think Do they have a backpack? Like, do they have Alice packs?
Yeah, let me double check. I assume they would, but
I've got my bivy pack from the survival kit.
Yeah, so do I. But I mean, if I can get an official, like, Alice pack with frame and
Oh, that's
from
fair.
the 70s,
That's fair.
yeah, that can carry a good chunk of gear. I have 2 of them in my closet.
atmosphere.
I can actually put my entire computer setup in one of the bags.
They have a waterproof backpack. Holds anywhere from 30 to 60 liters of volume and can support on additional clips and straps. It's 75 credits.
Okay, I'll take it. And you said it holds how many liters?
60, up to 60.
60 liters holds.
Of volume, yeah. But you can think of it like a military pack.
Yeah. Waterproof. And it has extra pockets.
Right.
Well, that's what's going to hold all of my grenades on my way back. All right.
Does somebody need a tool? Did I hear that right?
I think Jump had said an engineering toolkit.
Okay, they have a combat engineering or ship engineering. Probably the ship.
Probably just ship engineering.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure.
Combat engineering would be like shovels and stuff.
Yeah, right.
There's also weapon engineering toolkits. Okay. Forensic toolkits. Electronics, cutting torches, carpentry, chainsaw. Yeah, so is there a specific, like... Okay, I think in the main rulebook they have a bundle called Engineering Toolkit. So let me see if I can... A core collection. Oh. And any toolkit you get on this world is not going to be a very good one. Just letting you know, because it's so low tech.
Oh, so it won't be a 14 then.
Oh no.
No, okay.
Yeah, you can only get up to 6 here.
I might wait until we're at
Right, someplace like Drinax.
Drinax.
But I'm gonna look. I'm gonna see if it's on the list here. Toolkits, okay. Engineering requires tech level 12. Yeah. Yeah, you can get like a mechanical toolkit, but not a engineering toolkit, because engineering is specifically for Starship engines.
Yeah, I passed on the mechanic kit and just got electronics and science. The engineering kit was above my TL access, so I'll have to wait till Drinax or something.
Right. Starship Engineer Toolkit. Yeah, tech level 12. Just didn't scroll down enough. There's no, that's too high. Nobody wants any kind of like melee weapon?
I've got 1 lethal and 1 non-lethal.
Yeah, 2 lethal.
Okay.
I got bayonets. If I got any melee weapons, it'd just be overkill.
You just bought like 100 pounds of grenades.
Yeah, and a
And,
flamethrower.
Yeah, and a flamethrower. That's for spiders. Space spiders.
You realize they're at the very least going to give you weird looks.
Never can be too
What, the
prepared. It's the
space
Army's
spiders?
motto.
They have shields. You know, like riot shields
Personal
and
shields?
stuff. Yeah, like a riot shield.
Oh, okay.
Which actually are quite effective.
I want to buy it, but I don't want to buy it.
No handguns. Okay. No rifles.
Actually, I could use a revolver.
Yeah, I could use a sidearm.
Okay.
It doesn't do to carry a Gauss rifle everywhere.
They
No.
Assault pistol is an option, like Beretta 9mm. They also have something called a heavy revolver, like a 357 Magnum or whatever. And then they've got your regular revolver.
Irregular?
Your regular.
Oh,
Regular.
your regular.
Like your
Okay.
regular.
What's
right.
the biggest caliber in the handguns that's semi-automatic?
They make 50s. How scary is that?
I'm
No,
looking
that's
at
the
I'm looking at this tech level. We're talking about this tech level?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it'd be like 45.
There is something called a shot pistol. It fires one round. I mean, that's its magazine is one. There is something called a revolver or an auto pistol. They have the same damage. So I would assume that. Oh, it's called and then they have an assault pistol, which basically is like a machine pistol. It has an auto value of 2. At this tech level, heavy revolver has the highest damage.
Yeah, I'll just go with the auto pistol.
It's also bulky, so you get minuses if your strength isn't high enough.
Yeah, just
I'll do the. You said assault pistol.
There is an assault pistol.
I like that. I like the sound of that.
That's 250 credits.
Oh, cheap at twice the price.
And a regular auto pistol is 200 credits.
I'll take the auto pistol.
Okay.
3 magazines with
Yep.
ammo.
They both of them have 15 round magazines for 10 credits.
Okay.
And they do 3 dice minus 3.
Okay.
Yep. And the assault has auto 2, where the auto doesn't have anything. It 1 round per pull of the trigger.
3D minus 3.
Correct.
How much do they weigh?
1 kilogram.
So it's the assault pistol is an auto pistol with
With auto capability.
auto 2.
Yes.
Okay.
And range
Got
is 10, which I wish they didn't put that on there because it's deceptive. Any of the ranges are deceptive because that is not how they calculate pluses and minuses to shooting. You go to your handout. Should say something like weapon ranges.
What is 10 even in? I mean, that's not meters.
It is.
10 meters?
Yeah.
Gotta be more than that.
Well, no, that's not its maximum range. That's just a range value they assign to it. And that's why I don't like it.
What
Alright,
was the cost for the mags again? Like
10 credits. Yeah, let me find that.
Okay, 230 minus.
Personal combat might be where it is. Yeah, weapons stats. Okay. See, just looking at the auto pistol, and it says range is 10, but that's not how you calculate range. You calculate it with the 2, 6, 13, and 26. Those are how many squares you can fire, and every square is 1.5 meters. So that 10 equates to 6 squares. That's like the medium plus 0 range. But if you get within short, get a plus, and then if you go long or extreme, you get minuses. So yeah. I wish they would list it. I wish instead of 10, I wish they said like 2, 6, 13, and 26. That way I wouldn't have to do the calculations. But all right, so you guys are ready. We could jump back onto the ship. We could progress time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Pretty much have gotten everything. Okay. So while you're on the ship, you guys don't have to stay clumped together. You guys can, if you want, wander the ship, or you could go somewhere specific, or you could just mill about, and we can just kind of do some random encounters, or however you guys would like to do it. If not,
Well, first things first, we
Yep.
need to figure out where we're going to take this thing and what we're going to do so we can let Kirsch know before we take off.
Yep,
Right.
that's right. And you got about 1 day to do that.
So, if we're stealing the ship, we jump to Drinax. If we're robbing the ship, we jump to deep space.
Now, you can spend this day before you take off kind of investigating the ship a little bit.
Right.
And then before right before you leave, you just call over to Curse and say X, Y, and Z.
Now, it's worth pointing out, they said they weren't planning on actually hiring the new crew yet. So if we separate them from their escort, what they've got now is what they've got now.
What are you talking about?
They said they didn't have a budget to actually hire us. They were just making it work so they could finish the mission. So if we separate them from their escorts, it's the same difficulty as rushing the ship on the planet, like we had thought about at one point. They're limited in their personnel. I think.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
To spin up a jump in this game.
What?
How long does it take to spin up a jump in this game? Does it take a few weeks or a week or
Minutes.
No, yeah, it's
In
minutes,
minutes?
but you got to get to a safe position before you can jump.
a Lagrange point?
More or less,
No,
yeah.
no. You
Outside of
yeah. The jump drive creates a pocket of jump space around your ship, which puts you into, for lack of a better term, hyperspace. Right? They call it jump space. Now, to create that pocket, you have to have a jump drive that generates this field of electricity, which travels through your hull, and the hull has a special type of metal called lanthanum, which is a real metal, but it interacts with jump space the best that they found. So they create a bubble around the ship. Then the ship kind of like pops out of existence, and it goes into this jump space. It stays there for exactly 1 week, 7 days, and then it pops out at your destination. Your destination is how far it can be is limited by the size of your jump engine compared to the size of your ship. The bigger the ship, the bigger the drive. And if the drive
So
is
let's say we come out to jump.
uh-huh.
Can we jump again real quick?
You can if you've got enough fuel. That's the limiting factor. But yeah, you can. But you can't like jump real quick. What happens is you'll come out of jump, then the astrogator will have to locate where you're at make sure that you're where you're supposed to be because it's not always accurate. And then he has to do the jump calculations, which is what takes so much time. It's like rendering a video. You type in all these numbers, and then the computer has to calculate all the right math, and then that takes hours, a couple hours, 2 hours maybe. And then once that's calculated, you give it to the engineer. He types it into the engines, and you jump almost immediately.
If we're going to take the ship, we have to be able to jump right away.
Now there's some limiting factors. There's some limiting factors to the jump. One of them is how close to a world you are. The closer to a world that you jump, the more risky an accident's going to happen because of the gravitational fields. So you can technically jump from the surface of a world, but the chance of there being an accident is almost 100%. So most ships will fly out to 100 times the diameter of a planet and then make the jump. And that's called the 100 diameter range. And then once you get beyond that, it's almost negligible impact on your jump calculations. So, but you could jump between anywhere from the world to 100, and the further away you get, the better the less effect it has on you. So ships almost always jump to 100 diameters. When you're jumping in, right? If you're jumping into a system, if let's say you want to jump directly to a planet, the ship will start to basically it will hit like this gravitational eddy, if you wish. So it'll automatically like spit you out if you get too close to a world. So you almost always jump out at 100 diameters artificially. Like your calculations, even if they're inaccurate, you can't get closer than 100 diameters when jumping into a world. That's why, like, if you try to jump to a gas giant, you have to jump further away because the system won't let you get closer. Then you fly into the gas giant, get your gas, if that's the way you're going to do. But if you're flying into a world, you can get a lot closer because a world is a lot smaller, less gravity. There you go. And if you're jumping into deep space, it won't matter because there's not going to be anything there.
I'm just thinking that if we're going to try and take the ship, we're going to have to jump right away as soon as we come out of the jump.
Well, that's why I'm hoping to change the destination altogether.
Yeah, because if it takes a week
so the
for
escorts
each jump.
don't come with us, in other words.
No. So the escorts continue to their original destination.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah.
And we go without them.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
So
and
that
it takes a
part we can
week, no matter how long the jump is. You could do jump 1, and it still takes the same amount of time as
Yeah.
jump 3. So they would arrive at destination without us, and we'd be somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And even if they guessed where we jumped to, we'd have a week's lead time. We're gone.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Question, Derek. When we bought the plastic explosives, did they come with blasting caps or detonators? It's kind of worthless lumps of plastic if we can't set them off.
Yeah. It comes with each one has a detonator.
Okay, cool.
It's not really factored in, but yeah, good question. Absolutely.
It dawned on me, and I was like, I should probably ask about that.
Yeah, when you place these explosives, there will be some way for you to set them off. It's not so low tech that you need a fuse that you light. These are good enough where you can do an electrical blasting cap with wires and all that. Turn the thing. Remember Vietnam.
Roger that. Roger that.
Yeah.
Well,
if you already have like a radio detonator. You could replace it with that, but these are wire hand crank kind of explosives.
Okay, yeah, no, I do not have a radio detonator, so that's
Right.
good to know.
Yeah. All right, so you guys killing your time, basically just milling about and stuff like that. You find yourselves in the lunchroom where other Marines and crew members are located, and you meet this guy for the first time.
I love the dramatic pauses. They always make me think I've disconnected.
Okay, so you meet the cargo chief Niven. Cargo chief Niven he comes into the room, and nobody really pays attention. Nobody pays attention to you guys coming into the room or whatever. But he looks over at your table, and now he's in charge of the cargo hold, basically, right? You know that he's the load master or whatever. He's the one that balances the cargo, keeps track of where everything's at, and stuff like that. And he says, he's grumbling to himself, and he says, Jack, that fucking Jack, man. I can't believe he's always messing things up. I don't know what I'm going to do about him. And then he goes over and he pours himself a cup of coffee.
Yeah, that Jack, man.
And then he looks around for an empty table. There aren't any really, but unless you offer him a chair, he's going to sit somewhere else.
I'll offer him a chair.
Yeah, he comes over and he sits down, and he's like, so you guys are the new Nuggets.
Yeah. 3 gunners and an engineer at your service.
Well, welcome aboard.
Thanks, man. So what's the skinny? Who do we have to watch out for? Who should we avoid while we're here?
The Marines. The Marines are a bunch of assholes.
That's pretty normal.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Hark is this hard ass, and he seems he thinks everybody's a potential saboteur, or he thinks he's got his eyes on everyone all the time. All these cameras, and he points up at one of the cameras and he says, if he's always trying to find dirt on somebody, and he'll even harass some of the crew members, look through their personal belongings and stuff because the captain lets him do it. It's like the I don't know, I hear somebody's talking to somebody. It sounds like or he's kind of like the old Gestapo or something, the way he acts. And Jack, man, I don't know what I'm gonna do about him. He's always messing things up.
Who's Jack?
So yeah, you gotta. Well, Jack. Oh, he's. Well, Jack is. Jack and Bill are the worst, but Jack's worse than the worst. Jack, he's my. How do I explain this? he's one of my robots down in the cargo hold.
He's a problem? Can't you just like reprogram him?
No, no, I've tried. He's always put in the boxes where they belong. And I've got my own method of keeping everything organized. And he's always reorganizing stuff alphabetically or something. The way it's supposed to be done in the Empire. That's not the way I do things here. I got my own
Fair
method.
enough.
I got my own method.
How long have you been working this shit?
I don't know, maybe 3 years I've been on this ship. And I think we should just go back. The Martin II's frickin' almost destroyed. I'm surprised the ship didn't blow up. Damn engineers don't know what they're doing. And the crew is always complaining, that the engineering crew doesn't know what they're doing. And we should just turn back and go back to Tobia. Another ship can carry this frickin' cargo to the Oslons. But the captain refuses. He won't listen to me. I tried telling him that we should go back because, but we are getting the ship repaired. So there's definitely, there is that. And I heard it should be done any minute now. I think they're just cleaning up their work.
Oh, those guys move fast.
And then as soon as he says that, the intercom kicks in. It goes ding ding, and you hear, "This is the captain, Captain Torsa. We will be making only 2 parsec jumps. We're not going to be jumping directly to Tech World. We're going to go to Acrid, to Exec, then to Tech World, then Ergo, and then Birney."
I nudged Parthenon with my elbow.
Yeah, so let me
Yep.
let me put you somewhere where this makes sense. Okay, let me zoom in. And I'm going to draw a line. Let's go pen line. What is this? I don't know what this is. I'm choosing it. What's a good color? How about that?
Teal. I like teal.
It's pretty close to it. Okay, so Arunisar is going to go. The ship is going to jump to Acrid, right? And then to Exec.
Not showing up on my screen.
Okay.
You don't see that?
No, I don't see anything. I see the map.
Bottom right corner of the map?
Bottom right corner.
Yep. Where it says you are here?
System. I see that part. Yep.
You don't see
Line, though.
you don't see the white line?
No, I don't.
Does anybody else?
I do not.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe I'm putting it on the wrong layer or something.
Is it set to broadcast? Because you're doing a measure line, right?
No,
Oh no.
I'm
Oh,
drawing.
then it wouldn't be layer.
Yeah, I'm on the token layer. Okay, give me a second.
Oh, now I see it.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Okay, so from Arenisir to Acrid. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then from Acrid to Exec. You'll see that.
Hmm.
Yes.
Okay, good. And then Tech World. Right? And then Ergo. Now, why would they be going to Ergo? And then
To go to Bernie.
to go to Bernie.
It is weird that they're going to Ergo and not PAL.
Right.
What's the X by Ergo?
That means there's no starport there.
Yeah, why aren't they going to PAL then? That's weird.
Right. All right. So as soon as that announcement comes over the intercom, where he goes, "We're only making jump 2s. We're not going to be continuing on straight to Tech World. We're not making jump 3s. And so we're going to travel this route," and he gives you the route. As soon as he says that, you can hear the other Marines and the other Navy personnel and Niven says, Cargo Chief Niven, they all say, "Oh man, what the that's going to add weeks to our journey. What the hell?"
Probably couldn't get it fixed all the way.
That's why I think we should just go back and let another ship carry it. This is going to be so much longer and so much more hassle.
What are we carrying?
We have 120 tons of dust spice. We have 100 tons of advanced electronics and manufactured goods. And what's contained in the vault is
That's
mostly documents, from what I understand.
documents.
Yeah. I mean, there's some luxury goods and pharmaceuticals and radioactives. There's also gemstones. But these are all for the Aslan.
Oh, I have a question. I heard a rumor. Is the commander of the Marines, the guy that's the butthole that's been watching everybody and digging through their stuff, is he really a cyborg?
You're talking about Hark?
Yeah.
Um,
Some of the crew were talking about that earlier.
define cyborg.
Mechanically enhanced man.
I mean, technically that makes me a cyborg.
You just have peepers.
Right.
I am also mechanically enhanced.
Yeah.
All right, that's then you define it.
Yeah, if you've got any kind of like mechanical parts in your body, you're technically a cyborg. But are you asking me like if he has like if he's more robot than less human?
Yeah, let's go with that.
No, he's definitely human. But he's constantly looking for saboteurs. He's more paranoid than he is a cyborg. You'll see him
That's
walking around the ship in his battle dress.
wow. Okay.
Yeah, which is very paranoid. He's constantly on the
Alright.
lookout for Zodani infiltrators.
And battle armor was the kind that's like completely environmentally sealed from the outside, right?
That's
Or
power
battle dress?
armor.
Ah, so battle dress doesn't have the O2 filter and stuff.
No,
That-
no, it's
That's battle dress.
Oh, so
It-
it is completely sealed. Okay,
Yeah, I've got a picture, maybe
that's
a
terrifying.
handout. No, I would have thought I would have had a better picture of it. But there is a picture, maybe I don't have it easily accessible, but there is a picture of the battle dress against the wall and a guy climbing up a ladder to get into it. Because he's being lowered down into the battle dress. So
If
when you,
it's that big, how does this dude wear it in the ship that's only got 10 feet between decks?
yeah, well, 6-foot ceiling, right? He they learn the duck walk, but yeah, no, he's basically, you know, slouched over, cramped in the ships like this.
That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. They're usually like 7 feet tall or whatever.
That's ridiculous. Well, never mind. I can't say that out loud. We have a company.
I want to say it's
Well, it is
comparable-
ridiculous.
I want to say it's a similar concept to like Space Marine armor.
Well-
Well, Space Marines are naturally that big anyway. So
Yeah, but like the defense, strength, life support.
Now, make a carouse roll since you asked about the Commander Hark.
what stat am I using, sir? Social?
What stat do you think you should use?
Probably social.
Go ahead. You're basically relying on your ex-Navy career and stuff like that. Well, guess what? You don't learn anything new.
Fair enough.
Target numbers are almost always 8. Almost always.
Oh, I didn't mean to roll that twice. I apologize.
Oh, okay. So you did get a 9. Okay. Okay. I was looking at the 5 because I looked at the bottom. No, with a 9, you learn something. He has a misaligned cranial jack.
Oh,
Yeah, so he's got
so
this
he's probably
little.
got brain damage.
He takes SD cards and puts them in his head when he wants to learn a
But-
new skill. He's
So it
basically
was misaligned.
it's misaligned. Okay, hold on. Yeah, the misaligned. Every time we jump, the doctor has to realign it, or he's blind.
Well, I thought didn't the doctor get wrecked in the accident?
Our doctor has been killed.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
So
And he needs someone. He needs someone with Medic 3.
oh goodness.
Okay, just to let you know, speaking skill levels in character is okay because everyone is tested and has been given a qualification with certain skills, and you can say I'm Medic 3 or I'm Medic 2, and that's the skill test that you've succeeded in, and so it would be on your actual ID card, like what your qualifications are and things like that, or at least your resume or whatever. Yeah, so he needs a Medic 3 to be able to get in there and do that. A medic 2 is basically just your general practice doctor. A medic 3 is like a surgeon. He needs a surgeon to get in there and
So basically, once we jump, this guy is just going to be blind until we can find a doctor.
correct.
That's concerning, being that he's, like the chief of the Marines and whatnot.
Right.
Walking around in battle dress.
No kidding.
Well, there might be other sensors that maybe that's why he goes around in battle dress.
Oh, that would make sense.
Enough about battle dress to
Well,
really know what other sensors he would have.
battle dress is the creme de la creme of the Imperial power armor. It some of them have like neural sensors, which is a sensor that detects brain waves. They would have so you could like look at a door and tell if there's anyone behind it if they have any kind of brain activity.
Brain activity. Wow.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And it also, he would have infrared, and he would have probably X-ray. You would probably also have thermal, and there's something called a densiometer that might be built into it as well, which it detects mass. So you can be outside of a room, look into a room with a densiometer, and you could see where everybody was standing. You could see where the tables were, and you could see where anything that has any mass, where it would be, like a map. But that doesn't. But usually that's a heads up, and you need your eyes to see that.
I was going to say, even if not, what I'm hearing is he could tell if somebody was there, but he wouldn't be able to tell who it was.
Correct. He's not a psychic. Or is he?
I doubt it if he's that into killing Zidani.
Bill, just to let you know, psionics is outlawed in the Empire. If you are discovered to have psionic abilities, you are put to death immediately.
Wow,
As is
that's rough.
anyone you have ever associated with.
That is
Yeah.
correct. Yeah,
they
if
don't-
you,
they don't play.
yeah, they go back 7 generations and kill everyone. It's, I mean, I'm exaggerating there, but maybe not. Think of it like Salem witch hunt. If you're psychic, you're a witch,
Yeah.
and you're getting it burned at the stake.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean people aren't psychic. It just means they
No,
don't
no.
let anybody know.
Right.
Well, that's true, but what are the odds that any one person is psychic?
Very rare.
Without training.
Yeah, I'll gamble on that. What do you mean without training? You know how to be psychic?
No,
Yeah.
I don't have training.
So I named my now this guy's pretty big, okay? He's kind of a bigger dude. You can tell he lifts some heavy boxes. I've got I have two cargo robots. I've got Jack and Bill, and they're both named after my ex-husbands.
All right.
And they're stupid.
Is that why you're so derogatory towards them? Is because they're ex-husbands?
Out of
Were you wrong
character,
in both of your
out of
relationships?
character, yes. In character, no, absolutely not. They're idiots.
But they're robots,
enough.
mate.
Yeah, you can tell that he's holding a grudge.
I'm so sorry that you have been wrong, not once but twice. That is unfortunate.
So you were in the Navy,
I was.
yeah.
How'd you know?
Well, you seem like you carry yourself like that. So you
That's
guys
fair.
got some experience on this ship. Glad to have you. but I don't know what we're going to do. But making those jump twos, it's going to be it's going to take us
we're headed
forever.
by the jump.
Yeah, it's going to take us forever to get there. And Bernie is not where we're stopping, or maybe it is. I don't even know. The captain doesn't tell us everything. But we're supposed to meet up with some kind of Aslan and transfer everything onto their ships. That might be where we're going to meet them. But I doubt it. I thought we were going into the Aslan Pirate.
That's what they told us when they hired us.
Yeah, so I don't know where we're going to jump after Bernie. Okay, did I go one chapter too far? I did.
Mate, the robots, if they're idiots, I think it's whoever programmed them's fault.
Well, no, they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. But
It's just not what you want them to do.
it's just not what I want them to do. Now, they're supposed to listen to me. They've been given orders to obey my commands. They do until I leave, and then when I come back, all my boxes are in the wrong places.
Standby mode makes them revert to original programming.
I have a feeling that someone might be coming down to engineering and overriding my commands. I don't know.
You think
It's
it might
probably
be
Hark.
Yeah, it's probably Hawk. Everything's got to be so and so.
Yeah,
I was
he
a
is.
cashier when I was 15, and they told me when people move stuff around like that, they're trying to steal stuff. Hark probably just thinks you're trying to set stuff up so you can skim off the top. He's resetting the robots to fix it all. Might want to talk to him about that.
Okay, you're right. I might need to do that. Okay, Bernie, right? I'm going through my investigative process here. Bernie. Sync. Yeah, we'll be going to sync as well. I think we're supposed to meet them at sync. You guys are on the map, right? Okay. Yeah, why would they take that route? That doesn't seem logical, but that's where they're going.
Maybe the captain's an idiot.
I didn't say it.
Well, I think we all have experience with less than intelligent captains.
Right.
Right, the captain on our last ship. That captain, my God. Yeah. Right bugger, that one.
Well, I got to get back to the cargo hold. I got to make sure everything's lashed down properly. I heard that we'll be leaving in just a few hours, so I will be seeing you around. If you need me,
Good
you
luck.
can almost always find me in the cargo hold.
Sounds good. Good luck with Hark, and good luck with Bill and
Jack.
Jack.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
After he leaves, I'm gonna nudge.
It was nice meeting you guys.
You as well.
Yeah, it's good to make friends on a ship like this.
You
Crazy
can
alarm.
you can tell, mainly because you got a big window in the front. But yeah, you can tell that the repair ship is cleaning up. It's basically cleaning up all the debris or rubble or detritus that it created from this work. So they'll be done in a few hours, and then they will, be out of the picture.
Once he is
there
out
are
of earshot,
Yep.
I will nudge the captain to go, hey, it's time for you to call Kirsch and let him know whether he needs to go to Drinax or if we're just taking cargo. However, either way, I already have an idea of how to deal with Hark. We just have 6 other Marines and the rest of the crew to figure out what we need to do.
Now you fully stocked life support, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he can go to Blue, refuel, and jump to Clark, and then jump to Drinax.
Right.
Yeah, and he won't have to buy any life support. But Clark would have to buy some fuel.
Well,
Unless he went to Torpal.
right.
Because he could go blue, Torpal, and then Drinax, just refueling at the gas giants.
Well, yeah. Blue Torpal Drinax. So
Yeah.
a jump 2, a jump 2, a jump 2.
Yeah, no interaction with the population.
Right.
Yeah, he could do that. Normally you have 4 weeks worth, but with only being 3 of them on the ship, you could extend that because there's only 3 people on the ship. So they could easily get to Drinax. It'd take them 3 weeks.
Yeah, and I will. Okay.
And you still have to you have to write a program for this ship.
Yes, I am aware. Right now. The repair crew is still working. They're finishing up. We're leaving in a few hours. That's correct?
About 6 hours or so, the ship will be departing.
Okay.
How sturdy is battle dress compared to an explosive?
How many dice of damage does an explosive do?
I believe you said 3d6 or 3d.
It is. It's always D6. Battle dress. The one that you might find on this ship has an armor value. Yeah, when it says marine environment, that's not what we're looking at. That's water. Okay. Here it is. Armor. Not on page 1. Let me keep scrolling. Up there. Oh. Okay. Found it.
Okay,
Base.
before
Go ahead.
Okay. Before we take off, I am getting my credits from the Kestrel and transferring it over to my little Foot Locker bag, so I can at least have something on hand.
There you go. If it is basic battle dress, it would have an armor value of 22. If it's assault battle dress, it would have an armor value. Well, hold on. If it's Tech 15, which, okay, there's a bunch of numbers, but it's going to approximate to about 25, depending on if it's basic, assault, or if it's high tech or low tech. But base battle dress is right around 25. And with-
Okay, so essentially, if I wanted to hurt this guy for sure, I would have to stick like every single kilogram of plastic I have. So okay, so that's another question. If I were to detonate 4 plastiques on a set of battle dress, is the damage cumulative or all at once?
Okay, every time you double it, you add 1 die. So 2 adds 1 die, and then, or if it was 4, that would add 2 dice.
Wow. All right.
And if it's 8, it would add 3 dice. How many sticks do you have?
I bought 20 kilograms.
Okay, so 8, and the next one would be 16. So if you put 16 sticks on them, you would get a +4. And what does it start at? You said it started at 3?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. So that would be what, 6 dice? 7 dice?
7.
Yeah.
So that might hurt him a little bit. Let's see what that looks like.
Yeah, but that wouldn't get him out of the armor,
Didn't
Yeah,
even
no,
and it for sure wouldn't kill him.
that die
roll
roll.
wouldn't have even got through.
Right. If you roll a critical, which is 6 over your explosive skill, then you would do at least 1 point of damage.
Okay, so how does armor work in Traveler? If you do the amount of damage, does the armor stop functioning? Does it like shed off plates, or is it a flat number like D&D regardless?
There is something called ablative armor, and that actually does flake off. But battle dress is not ablative. Battle dress will always be 25, approximately. It just depends on which version of it he has.
I do have a question.
Uh-huh.
Giving this guy's Faustus's space spider's level of paranoia, does he technically take off the suit to go to the bathroom?
Battle dress doesn't have to be removed to use the bathroom.
There goes my idea of hiding plastique in.
It does not have to be removed to sleep.
Does it have a oxygen replenishing system, or does he have a canister that he has to connect to it?
It has an internal, what they call a PLSS, which is personal life support system. But once that's, so yes, he can operate in vacuum. But if he wanted to, he could just use a filtration system or a respirator system. So like if he was on a planet, he could go on for a long time. But if he was in space, it would only be like 6 to 12 hours, something like that.
So we could space him, convince him to come over towards a doorway with charges set on the exterior wall. Once he gets there, blow the charges and seal the door, so he gets spaced out outside. The only problem with that is there may be other people in the hallway.
I have
Okay, how many points of damage do you think a hull requires to take before there's a hole?
I'm going to replace his filters with gas canisters.
Unknown.
800.
Holy. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, one ship health is like 10 or 20 regular health.
Yeah. Well, no, you're absolutely right. So what is the armor value on this ship? You're right. That would be total destruction of the ship. Of your ship, because you have an 80.
Yeah.
Well, 40 now.
Yeah.
But what's the armor value on this ship?
I don't know.
Yes, you do.
On the Martin?
Yeah.
I think he told us at some point, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I gave you the ship sheet. Did I not?
I've got paper deck plans. Treasure ship.
Okay, maybe I didn't.
I'm not seeing one.
I will tell you.
You know, we could always just rig the windows to open mid-jump.
Windows don't open.
No, I don't want to kill everybody, just him.
It won't kill him. It'll
Okay.
just drive him insane permanently.
Okay, it has 704 hull points, which is 7,004 damage points for like personal weapons, because it's times 10. But its armor value is 8, so you need 80. If you do 80 points of damage, you can make a hole in the hull.
That's not as hard as destroying the battle armor, but it's still pretty difficult.
3 times as hard.
It's 80 in one go.
Yeah, 80 per attack.
Oh. Otherwise, you left a smudge.
Yeah,
Oh.
80 just to poke a hole.
We should
You're not gonna blow a hole with your plastic explosive.
Faustus can wear one. No,
But you
that's
could
fair.
you could
That's fine.
override the
If
door
we
and have it
find others use a
open.
battle dress, we could do that. Or we could do a mecha battle inside the ship between Faustus and Hark.
Yeah.
I'd pay to watch that.
We could activate the external sensors mid-jump.
I don't know what kind of gun he has.
Activate what?
I don't know what kind of gun he has, but if he's got a traditional Marine battle dress style gun, it does like 300 points of damage with each shot.
Jesus. Really?
Yes.
I think I could take him.
Okay. Faustus, you have a job. You need to find battle dress armor and a normal gun for battle dress.
Let me double check, because I could be misrepresenting battle dress.
Battle dress is pretty much illegal everywhere to own.
Right, you're not allowed to own it.
Yeah, but we're
You're roboting, just to FYI.
it's illegal everywhere. We're freaking pirates. We're illegal anyway.
That's
Oh,
right.
Am I
It's
back now?
illegal
You are
to
back.
own.
We're
not just-
pirates. What difference does it make?
Not just can't bring it on the planet, if we get caught with it. Ever.
Unless
Unless you hide it.
Yeah.
Unless I'm able to take my brain and put it in a robot and then merge that robot into a battle dress, and then that would just make me that would be my body.
No.
Okay, it does 2 dice of damage.
No, let him speak. Let him speak.
The weapon it carries does 2 dice of damage. Times 10.
Oh, that's not
Times
Ti-
10.
300.
Times 10.
Times 10.
Yeah.
So anywhere from 20 to 120.
Yeah, so its average is like 70 points of damage
Alright.
every time it shoots.
Why do we need to fix the turret if we can just steal battle dress armor for Faustus? We could just bolt into the outside of the ship and call it an ornament.
I'm not opposed to this.
Now, if you could find a black market
Yeah, I'm
sale
not.
for the gun, it's only 100,000 credits.
Just give me a couple
That's actually really
anti-ship weapons on there.
It's technically an anti-ship weapon because it does
Yeah,
2
you
dice
need-
of damage to your hull.
You need battle dress to carry it.
That
That's
is also true.
That is fine. We'll Gundam battle this.
But yeah, if we can expose them to jump space somehow, that it breaks a man's mind.
Or wait till he's blind.
If we can, I was gonna say, or we can wait till he's blind. If we get him blind and put Faustus in a set of combat armor, battle dress, I'm pretty sure Faustus could single-handedly take the ship.
Do you have vac suit skill 2 or better? Anybody?
I don't.
Just
It
skill?
requires a vac suit skill 2 or better.
I only have a vac suit level 1.
So-
I have one.
So you guys were never in a unit that required battle dress. You were always in either combat armor or hostile environment suits or stuff like that. Fatigues, never battle dress. So you don't know how to turn it on and wear it, how to get into it. You need vac suit 2.
Damn.
Yeah,
And
but
it's what, 4 weeks to go from Vaxu 1 to 2 and training or studying?
it's 2 study periods.
And a
so
study
16
period
weeks.
a study period is 8 weeks.
Oh, jeez.
And my current study period is for Gunner.
Damn it.
But no, if we can expose the bridge to jump space. That's what I'm getting at. Activate the external senses mid-jump.
The problem with that is when they go into insane, it's not a crippling insane. It could possibly psychosis. If he's that paranoid, he could just lash out and kill every single person in his wake. And in a battle, he could just be a walking Hulk.
Not to mention the fact that you gotta figure the type of insane out of character. The type of insane that Derek has mentioned is like Chaos Space Marine type of insane, not blabbering to yourself sitting in a corner.
Actually,
listen.
depending on which battle dress it is, it might only require vac suit 1.
Listen.
Ooh.
It was my plan. You don't have to sell it to me.
You want to unleash the Chaos Space Marines.
No,
Do you not?
It's-
I'm not okay with
It's
that.
actually probably command battle dress, and if it's command battle dress, it only requires vac suit 1.
Oh, well, if we can find all the other suits for the other Marines, that's all of us, I think. Jump, what's your vac suit?
They make scout battle dress. They make commando battle dress, logistics battle dress, command battle dress, combat battle dress, pioneer battle dress, so and artillery battle dress. But basic battle dress is kind of like what a Marine would wear, average on the ship or whatever. But specialty positions would have different battle dress. He's probably in command battle dress. He might not be. He might be in regular battle dress like the rest of his Marines. But command battle dress has an armor value of 30. Just FYI.
And you said there were a couple of Marines here in the room with us, yeah? They were
Yeah.
talking earlier?
They're just sitting. Yeah, they're still there. They're eating their gruel, and
And
they've
they're
got.
not in battle dress.
They're in their fatigues.
Okay.
All
Yeah.
I have to say,
Wanna make
out of
sure all of his
character is
Marines
if
weren't
I
like
do
that.
take this guy on, and I win. You guys owe me a bolter. That's all I have to say.
Oh, you a what?
A bolter. I'm keeping
Oh.
his battle dress.
Nobody knows what that is.
I think
I was saying out of character.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
I
that's
got you. I know.
basically what the weapon on the suit is.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Well, how about we find the spare suits first and see what we can do? I'm all for you trying to take this guy mano a mano, but it's probably better to have a couple other guys standing by the sidelines also wearing the suit. And to satisfy Jump's not wanting to murder everybody and my not wanting to murder everybody, once we take Hark out, we give the rest of the crew the chance to surrender.
Um, I'm gonna go ahead and guarantee that those suits, if they exist, are bio-locked. The command is that paranoid. I mean, even my gun is bio-locked, and I'm just a chump. A battle dress has to be bio-locked, I bet. We probably at best can sabotage them. We can't use them.
Or hack it.
Or hack it.
Well, okay, well, you can hack the commander, and I'll give Faustus here half of my plastique, and we can go on a sabotaging spree. Set some inside the suits. May not hurt the
All you have to do is
suit,
just
but it'll
take the lining out of the
definitely hurt the
helmet
person inside
on
of
the
it.
top part, and then just replace it with plastique. They would not notice the difference, and just set it for a remote detonation.
Oh no.
Yeah, and then just tell them, hey, surrender or die, and if they open fire, we just pull the trigger and blow them up.
Yeah. I mean, all you have to do is
is that
push
okay
the
with you,
button
John?
on one,
If
and
we're
they
not
will
pulling
all
the trigger
stop.
before they fire on us? Well,
I'm uploading a picture.
pulling the trigger first, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, so you could, that was the picture I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, that's wild. Oh, okay. I was thinking something way bigger, like Mech Warrior.
Oh no
And you said being lowered in.
No. If she was 6 foot, you can see the guy standing next to her. He's like 7 or so. Yeah, you just gotta climb it. You gotta climb into it.
Fallout, like or Fallout 1's like power armor.
Power armor?
Where you actually have to get in through the back or be lowered in, and it fixes around you.
Right. Or like a Halo suit or something. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's just big and bulky. But it does give you like increased strength and endurance, and also not dex, but it does give you like unlimited endurance and your strength, like a +4 to your strength, something like that. So if you were like a strong Marine with an 8 or a 9, you'd be running around with like a 13. Which I think you only need a 12 to use a bulky weapon. I think. Okay, I can't remember. But that's either here nor there. Okay, so are you going to do anything in the 6 hours before the jump? Or before the ship takes off? It's not jumping in 6 hours. It's just taking off.
If I did jump calculate...
So,
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, so why don't we take the first week to write the program and send Jump to the engineering room where he can get used to the crew and ingratiate himself and make it so that he can show off his skills well enough to take over for Polo, and Faustus and I can set traps for the Marines. So the second jump we make, we choose where it goes, and then from there we take the ship.
Like from Acrid to somewhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That'd work.
Okay, so you'll basically perform your duties on this first jump, but also kind of ingratiating yourself with the crew and everything. And you want Curse to bring the Harrier, the Kestrel back to Drinax.
Yes.
Okay. So
Then we can take the ship. Does that sound good to everybody?
Yes.
Kirsch says, if you don't make it back, I'm keeping the ship.
I mean, that is why I put you in charge while I'm gone. Didn't you know that, Kirsch? You're my second in command.
Am I?
Yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, why would I have you pilot the ship in my absence?
You could see his tail wagging. Really
And we'll
fat.
be sure to have someone send you a notice
It's-
if we die on this mission.
It's wagging so violently that it's making noise when it slaps up against the chair. Pop, 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 pop.
But Kirsch,
Yes.
one more mutiny attempt, and I will space you.
I would never. I have been going around the crew testing them to see if they would consider it, and I think everybody's pretty loyal.
Okay, good.
You know, nobody wanted to join a mutiny. So, yeah.
I see you were just fulfilling your security roles.
Exactly. Well, that's what you put me in that role, didn't you?
Yes, it
yeah.
is.
Yeah, so I had to see who the loyalists were and who the the potential threats were. But nobody fell for it. All right, so
I gave it some thought at first.
so I'll see you in I don't know, a month or two. Because I know it's going to take us like 3 weeks to get there. It might take you longer depending on what you have to do. Okay, so
Plan for 2 months.
your ship leaves port.
Bye-bye, ship.
Gone.
And see, that's convenient, because if we die in this, now the ship is back on Drinax.
That's
Hold on, I
right.
have a question. Didn't we
So you make any new
the
characters, you
ship?
could just...
Did Gabe get any more repairs done before he quit?
No.
Nope.
He figured it was a death trap. So he didn't want to die on your ship.
That's valid.
And Jump, can he misalign his Geiger counter to give off false readings?
Yeah, you can if you want. Is that what you're saying? You want to make your Geiger counter give you false readings?
Yeah, like maybe give high radiation when there isn't high radiation.
Yeah.
You flip
Absolutely.
a wire around.
Yeah, you
In
could.
case we have to go to Plan B.
Yeah, if you've got mechanics as a skill, I don't see a problem with that.
I think radiation
okay.
should be Plan A.
Yes, that's a good.
So the plan is to make them think there's a high radiation leak, and so that they were going to abandon ship.
Yes.
And then we hide somewhere, wait till they do, and then
Okay.
pop out, take the ship, jump.
So you might consider asking during this first week of jumping or whatever what the protocol would be for that, and then you could plan accordingly.
We're gonna pull the fire alarm.
That's gonna be-
Right.
Well, the other part is how do we convince them that we're staying on the ship?
Right. That's what I mean. You need to find out what to expect if this was as an engineer. You want to know these things, right? You want to know the
Sure.
the protocols and the standard operating procedures and all that. So that wouldn't be out of place to ask those kinds of questions. Or you could just look through the little training manual or the ship what do they call SOPs, which is actually digital on the computer. But yeah, you could do that on that first jump. Okay, so the ship departs the world. And I'm in Okay, we've had the Imperial Cavalry arrive. Okay.
It's all coming together.
The Martin II clambers out of Arenaseer's gravity well. Basically, she's trying to take off because she's not used to landing on planets. Working in the engineering room, you can see that the ship has not been fully repaired. The engines are capable of jump 3, but the captain doesn't want to push it. He feels that jump 2 will put less strain on the engines, and that you could what do you call it? You could do it more safer. Now, while you're in the engine room, you can actually do investigate because none of you have learned why or how the ship exploded, right? There are some suspicions from people that were not in the engine room, and there are people making guesses to what might have happened. But being now that you work in the engine room and have access to the computers and all the ship records and stuff, you could do some investigating in the engine room. But okay, the ship takes her place between the two gazelles. There are 2 ships which are close escorts. They're smaller. They're 400 tons. They're about the size of the Kestrel. So the ship you're on is like 1,600 tons. And the 2 escorts are like smaller than a frigate, more like a patrol boat, She handles like a drowning cow. And the fresh paint on her aft cannot hide all the scars. Okay. Okay, let me get to... So you're currently just flying out to 100 diameters. Polo, even though he doesn't want to be the chief engineer, he is the chief engineer. He can't just hand that off to somebody. So you just know you're not going to take over as chief engineer, unless maybe something happens to him. And he owes it to the dead crew and the Martin to do his very best. And
oh no, he fell in the black hole.
And you working under him, you seem pretty lucky. So I think we'll be okay. He's always talking about luck. Just so you know. Grumblings. A lot of the crew, okay, a lot of this is going to be because we're not going to play a whole week in Jump Space. I'm not going to have us play out every day or whatever. I'm just going to give you like a general overview of what's going on, and it's going to be less like one-on-one interactions and more like an overall feeling, unless you specifically want to get into a one-on-one situation, which is sometimes going to be good too. But you get the overall feeling that the crew is demoralized and basically upset that the ship is now taking a a circuitous route. They're not going direct, or they're also not pushing the engines. They're having to do jump 2. So they're kind of upset at the situation and also the choice in route. So there might be an inroad with some of the crew. I'm not going to say instigate a mutiny, but it's possible because they seem to be a little upset with the captain and the situation and stuff like that.
We could offer them better employ under a new leader, King Oleg.
I don't know so much about that, but maybe.
We can offer them
After we
better options under our captain, aka now the ship is ours.
You know, I can't help but remember a superstition about, a dead man's shoes. And what is this engine room
What's
at
the
this point?
superstition?
You should not wear them. It is awful luck. You're going to die too. And so obviously the captain should return and have the ship retrofitted, or he's going to get us all killed. I bet that'll work on Polo.
I mean, yeah.
Someone's like,
We can get something like that.
Okay, so while performing your regular duties on the ship, this is in the middle of jump space. You guys enter jump. You're on your way to Acrid. You're coming up with these ideas every day. I suppose you meet and you discuss, and then you go about your normal duties. Sometimes you work on the same shift. Sometimes you don't. So you can't always meet, but it's a whole week that you have at this opportunity. There is this one thing that happens that Tomlin witnesses. Tomlin, you were working near the engine room, and you were kind of just inspecting or taking opportunity to see the type of launch or shuttlecraft that they have. And you were, it's obviously like a 20-ton shuttlecraft. It could probably hold like 20 people in it. You were just looking it over, making sure it's not damaged, giving it a flight check and stuff like that while you're in jump space. Nothing really else to do. And you were leaving.
playing with the controls.
Yeah, pretending. No, turning on like a flight sim and just. Oh, but when you're done,
Heck yeah.
and then you're leaving, you have to leave back through engineering. You might see Jump in there also working, cranking a wrench or banging on something. But so we'll say Jump, you see this as well. One of the Marines who you've met, called, his name is Salvezdes. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
I was hoping it was Marine number 5, but all right.
It might be, but he actually has a name. I'm going to put it in chat.
Oh.
Salvezdes or Salvades. I don't know. Maybe there's some silent. And you also see him and this other person. Henshaw. Wait until the launch or the shuttle is empty. They see you leaving the shuttle, and they were kind of milling about in engineering. And when you leave the shuttle, they take it upon their an opportunity to go into the shuttle together. Yeah, Henshaw is a launch pilot. So you recognize her. She's one of the dedicated small craft pilots.
Is it alliance or is it sabotage?
So Henshaw and Salvadis. He's a Marine. Salvadis is a Marine, and she is a launch pilot. And they both go on to this onto the shuttle. Is there anything you would like you and Jump both see this, and you guys give each other a side eye like this is unusual, or this is it catches your attention because why are they?
Absolutely.
They're having some kind of meeting. A Marine and a launch pilot, a man and a woman.
I'm gonna walk over to Jump and grab him and go, "Hey, man, let's wait 5 minutes and then go in and see what's going on in there."
Okay, first of all, you see. Okay, this is something I should point out. Salvadis is wearing battle dress.
Okay. What the?
And he's carrying a laser rifle. Which is what you normally, whenever you see him on duty, or like it's his shift, he's in his battle dress. All the Marines are in their battle dress when they're on duty. When they're off duty, they're in their normal Marine fatigues. So apparently he's on.
Except for Hark.
Right, he's almost always in battle dress. So that clues you into either he's just now getting off his shift, or he's going on his shift, or he's in the middle of his shift.
Right, and stepping into a bay with the bay pilot during Jump.
Correct. What would you guys like to do?
Yeah. I want to go check that out, but I need you to come with me.
Talking to Jump.
So,
Yeah.
out of character, Jump is not the stealthiest of persons.
No stealth required. The lie I'm going to tell is perfectly normal. Promise.
That's an in character statement. That's not out of character. There are no such thing as out of character statements.
No lie necessary. You don't have to be stealthy. I plan to tell them if they ask that I noticed an issue with the shuttle's engines and I wanted the engineer on duty to check it out.
You both can make a recon roll.
I was supposed to be in there working anyway.
You both can make a recon roll.
Okay, that's reasonable, I think.
Recon. Boop. I didn't notice nothing.
Unless it was easy.
Fair enough.
Mine's not rolling.
There's a pop-up that says what modifier.
Oh, yeah, thought about that. That's probably behind this window.
Yeah.
Probably a couple of them now that I pressed it a bunch of times.
Right.
All right.
I'll just take the first one. So you don't need to put anything in there, just hit OK.
No modifier. All right. Wow.
Well, that's pretty good. That's a crit. 8. Actually, yeah, it's 6 over what you needed. Okay. So while James, or I should say Tomlin, has his back to the door that they're going through, you're looking at him, but you can see past him and you can see the them go in there. And when they go to the door into the shuttle bay, they look left and right and they make sure nobody's watching them. You two are talking with each other, so they don't really pay attention to that. They're looking around to make sure nobody's following them, and then they go into the shuttle bay and close the door. They are having with the critical, I'm going to say, you can tell that they're having a secret meeting that if you interrupt them, then they're not going to talk. Now, you can share that with Tomlin if you want, or you can hold it to yourself. And we're going to jump to the ship map.
I'm also not
Yeah,
sneaky.
well, I'll relay that to Tomlin.
Okay.
Mm.
Not sure.
Do you have your communicator on you?
I do, yes.
I have an idea. Okay. How do communicators work? Can I turn it on and turn it on the speaker and then not have it in my hand and it work?
Yes.
Okay. What kinds of doors are these? Are they the loud sliding doors or are they pretty silent?
I am getting you guys into position. You should be on the ship map right now.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so you guys are down here, and this is an iris valve right there that they went through into the shuttle bay. The shuttle almost fills that entire block. Okay, so if I was to draw freehand a shuttle in purple, it would look something like this. There you go. And then it would have a door probably right in that area. All right, so yeah, so when you go in there, the shuttle fills almost the entire compartment. But yeah, if they're in the shuttle, they're not going to hear that door open or close. But if they're standing in the shuttle bay, they're going to hear it open and close. It makes about as much noise as a Star Trek sliding door. So it goes.
So not a lot, but noticeable.
Correct. It just goes. Yeah, you would hear that. Now, you might be able to, depending on your communications electronics skill, you might be able to activate the intercom into that room.
Listen in.
And listen in.
Do you have any communication skills? Jump.
Electronics. Anybody with electronics would have, at least a 0. But if you've got electronics communications, it would be even better. So if you got electronics, it's probably be 0.
I do not have a specialty.
Not with comms, right? Because you have computers and sensors, right?
And sensors, yeah.
Right. So it would just be, you would just click the level 0 version of electronics. But you can still do it. You want to do that?
Is there a way to make a sensor reading as to where in the room they are?
There are internal sensors in the ship.
Yeah. You would need access to... Okay, there are computer terminals in the engine room. So yes, you could access the security system from one of the computer terminals if that's what you want to do. You want to try doing that? It's one or the other because they're or unless you guys want to split up. One do one
Yeah,
thing.
I'm gonna
And
go in while you do that.
you're going to walk in?
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna open the door and look.
See, I was trying to locate where they were before we opened the door.
Okay. So as soon as you open the
If they're
door,
on the
this.
shuttle, they'll know we're coming in.
Okay. So as soon as you open the door, their conversation's going to be over, and then you will have missed an opportunity.
Okay. Then I will.
Because they are, I tried to let you know, they are very secretive and they are very private. And any disturbance is going to cause them to be jumpy and maybe not talk about whatever they're about to talk about.
Then
So
I
if you-
will wait for the sensors check.
Are you going to do the sensors check? Who's doing the sensors check?
If that's electronic sensors, I guess me.
Okay, so nobody's going to activate the intercom to listen in.
I can try.
You can try. Okay, so you're splitting up. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so let's do the or you can do one, and then that might inform the other. Okay, so to access the security system, mhm. Is it on this page? Here it is. Maybe I'm on the wrong page. Okay. Thought it was right there, but I've lost it. Okay. Doing a quick search. It's going to be a electronics computer to do this roll, so you might as well do it. You can do that roll, and then I'll find the target number.
That sucked.
Okay, yeah. So I can tell you right now, you attempt to log into the security system, and oh, here it is, right here. I found it. Yeah. So you don't have access. Your password, your codes, they don't let you get to what you want to find. What you can find is the sensors in the engineering room, but that's it. That's as far as it goes.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Tomlin, you can go ahead and make me a comms check.
Yeah, it's just gonna be straight electronics. I don't have comms.
Yeah, exactly.
Any modifiers?
No modifiers. Okay.
Ah.
Yeah, so you are able to activate the intercom, and you can actually hear a conversation. Henshaw, it's a female voice, so it's obviously Henshaw. She says, "Hey, before we start, let's go ahead and get into the launch. That way, if somebody's trying to listen in, they won't hear us." And Salvadee says, "Yeah, that's good, and I can take my helmet off too." And you could almost hear through the door the shuttle's door opening and closing.
Okay, at that point, I'm going to enter the room.
Okay, so you open the door and you see them sitting in the bridge of the shuttle, right? So they could look out the windows, but they're not. They're looking at each other.
Right.
And
And
they're-
I'm assuming even
They're
those
having a conversation. What's that?
I said, and I'm assuming they're soundproof inside the shuttle, even though.
Oh
it's
yeah,
docked.
yeah. Well, I wouldn't say it's soundproof, but it's like you're in a submarine. Nobody's gonna hear you.
Is the shuttle connected to the computer system? Can we activate the intercom inside a shuttle?
Yes.
Let's do that.
Well, first of all, there's an intercom on the door of the shuttle, plus there's an intercom, or you would have to get into the ship's computer to communicate with the shuttle.
Okay.
That would be just like a radio.
so-
But yeah, if you walk up to the door and try to activate like an internal intercom, you can.
but wouldn't that alert them that I'm there?
It might, depending on what kind of roll you make.
And it's an electronic roll, isn't it?
It's comms.
Yeah.
Can you read lips?
I don't know. Can I?
If you don't have that skill, then no.
Absolutely not. Then I didn't know there was a skill called lip reading.
Yeah, it's language.
Oh yeah, no, I don't have. Well, hold on. I might. Let me look.
Everybody should have.
I do have language. I have language 1.
Which language do you have?
It doesn't say.
It's if you have language 1, you have to have a specialty.
Oh no, that's just dice modifier 1.
Okay,
So
so
no, I have language.
you have a language 0. It's not checked.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so if you can attempt to read their lips.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
If you had language 1, you could choose lip reading. Nobody chooses that, but you could have
That
possibly.
seems like such a good thing to take, though.
It does.
Or if you had like a shotgun microphone or some way to like listen through the hull or something.
Amplify the sounds. Yeah, we didn't pick up any of that. All right. Well, here we go. Here goes nothing. I'd rather try the lip reading than the.
Well, it's not going to take any time. Just go ahead and roll.
Ooh,
Nice.
Okay. I'm going to allow it.
Tomlin has a hidden skill.
Yeah. Okay. So while kind of looking through the door, kind of watching them, I'm not going to give you every word because that's not a crit, but I will give you the general gist of what you can piece together.
Okay.
It ain't good.
Well, they're having a secret meeting. I would assume it's not.
Okay. So apparently, I'm just going to speak kind of metaphorically. We have to change our plans. Or maybe we just need to go back to the old approach.
Oh.
We need to make sure that the Martin jumps into Haral's ambush.
Oh.
And the shuttle pilot says, well, I know astrogation, so I can calculate a course, but I don't have access to the ship's jump engines or navigational computer.
Interesting.
And then Salvadis says, "Yeah, maybe we do. Maybe, but well, let's figure out how we might be able to get access to the drives. That might be something." Yeah. And once we get him to Hrol's ambush, then we'll. And you see him rub his hands. We'll be rich.
Interesting. Okay.
And then you can tell their conversation's over, and they're getting ready to leave the shuttle.
I dip back out into engineering, shut the door behind me.
Right, there you go.
And I'm going to be working on something.
And then you go bang on something else. Okay, got it. And
Yeah.
they come out and they make sure that nobody was around listening or whatever. And Salvadis says loudly so that everybody can hear him. He says, "Yep, your shuttle passes the inspection. Okay, it's good. I'll see you next week." And then he walks off, and then she follows him, and they leave.
Yeah, if I wasn't trying to be stealthy, I absolutely would have called him out on that. But okay. Marines don't inspect shuttles. All right, fair enough. That means new plans are now in the makes.
Yeah. So now,
more information.
so now you
we
guys
just got to
can.
get our program in after they do.
Okay, so now you guys can meet up and discuss new plans, but we'll do that next week because it's getting. I didn't realize it's already 10:30.
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah, I was cool with it.
yeah, so you all now you might have either Hrol. Okay, for those of you that didn't see, he's an Ozlon pirate. And they're talking about jumping this ship into this Ozlon pirate's ambush. So they're apparently in cahoots with Hrol. Is that good for you? Maybe, maybe not. But at least you know that there's something else going on this ship. All right, and that's where we will resume next week. Anybody
All right.
anybody got anything for me before we leave? Last minute?
I had fun again, as
Okay.
per the usual, but I like the role playing, so.
Cool. Now there's FYI, there is still a couple of people with applications in. So I might offer another person to join. And then but we'll see where that goes.
Oh, Jump. Bill, more for your benefit.
Okay.
So I've spent every session doing Eldris's voice, that really terrible Sean Connery thing.
Yep.
And then we got onto this ship last time, and the first time I had a chance to talk, I said something like, "How's it going, mate? Me and Sheila here keep this ship safe." So I wasn't just randomly switching voices. It's a spy.
No, I
thing.
understood.
Okay.
That was your on this ship voice versus what you normally
I had to.
character would normally.
I wanted to make sure that
he
that one
listened
was
to
clear.
the last hour. He caught all of that.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
forgot.
Yeah.
Well, he might have. But,
Yeah. Well, it
Here-
was nice meeting you all.
I got one thing popping
Thank
up.
you for letting me in here.
There you go.
Absolutely.
That's the launch.
I'm gonna fly that thing before this journey is over. I'm just saying.
There you go.
You could fly it into the engines.
No, that's as bad as me taking over the ship that crashed. Are you nuts? Those
Yeah.
guys got turned to pudding.
All right, guys. I am out, and next week, Wednesday at 6. All
All
right.
right.
All right.
I enjoyed it.
Good night, everyone.
Thanks,
Good
Bill.
night, everybody.
Enjoyed you.
Night.
Bye.
Bye.
And looking over here at our chat while I'm still streaming, I see that Konstantin Savolikil, I'm sure I'm not butchering that and I apologize. You said LOL. So I don't know. So you were laughing at something. I don't know what that was, but something caught your fancy. All right. Yeah. So they're on a ship that has valuable treasure that they're trying to take to improve the King of Drinax's social standing in the area, make the empire bow to him, not bow to him, but acknowledge him as an entity, and then so these players are basically working for him as legal pirates, and this is kind of a tough nut to crack, but they're doing it. They're getting in there, making some mistakes, but also making some good decisions, and then it might take them a couple of weeks to figure out exactly what's going on this ship, but they now learned that there is something going on in the background, right? So something else was revealed. All right, guys. Well, I will see you next week, 6 o'clock. I hope you enjoyed, and take care.